Hello, Klaus Peter.
Hello, good morning. For me, it's good morning.
Yeah.
What is the time in?
It's 10 to 9.
10 to 9. Okay, and yeah, and here it's 10 to 8 in
And
Germany.
I see David English is here from London, and it's 10 to 7 in the morning.
10 to 7, yeah. Okay. So really welcome in this very important.
I think it's this is. I'm just looking forward to when we finish this corona, be able to meet and discuss these issues, because I think it really is quite amazing how we've got, and I think that there's it's going to be a really interesting approach and way forward.
It's really interesting for me too, and I learn so much because this is a topic. Well, it's always about cities, but metropolis is something different.
Yeah, yeah. Hi, Jana.
Hi, Mike.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi, Mike. How are you doing today?
Oh, great. Okay. Oh, you had terrible storm in Istanbul, and we saw photographs.
Terrible.
Hello, Mike.
Terrible. Yes,
Wow.
terrible storm.
Hello,
Yeah.
Jana.
Unprecedented. Yes.
Unprecedented.
Yes.
Can you see me? Can you
Climate
see me?
extremes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
Okay, now I'm just sitting at the Dongdaemun Digital Plaza, the Digital Lab, one of the fancy facilities we have. And then now it's almost time to start. So we play our introduction video now, okay? So please mute your microphone now. Okay, now you can see our video. Okay, let's play the video, please.
Okay, good afternoon from Seoul. I hope all of you are doing well amid all these challenges and changes during this pandemic. Well, my name is Hwang Se-won, and I'm manager from Seoul City Hall Division of the Seoul Metropolitan Government. Well, it is my great honor and pleasure to welcome you to today's International Expert Workshop on Heritage and Metropolis. This meeting was possible thanks to the work of so many institutions. The list can go on and on. UN Habitat, its university partners, UNI, Metro Hub Initiative, Metropolis World Association, MTPA, UNESCO, World Heritage Center, UNESCO advisory bodies like ICOMOS, ICROM, and IUCN. And today we have so many distinguished speakers and foremost experts, literally from around the world. We are so grateful for your participation and cooperation. Now I would like to open the International Expert Workshop. Well, to start off, let me introduce the welcoming remarks from Vice Mayor Cho In-dong of Seoul Metropolitan Government. He couldn't make it to the meeting, so instead he sent the video for us. We'll watch his video. Please welcome.
It is a great pleasure to host this international expert workshop on heritage and metropolis. I am Cho In-dong, Vice Mayor for Administrative Affairs of the Seoul Metropolitan Government. On behalf of Seoul citizens and Mayor Oh Se-hun, I wholeheartedly welcome all experts attending the workshop. I would like to express deep gratitude to the UN Habitat for co-hosting this meaningful occasion. My thanks also goes to Professor Francesco Bandarin, Professor Michael Turner, and Professor Eric Huybrechts. I appreciate dedicated efforts of executive members from ICOMOS Korea, President Song In-ho, Secretary General Shin Hee-gun, and Director Choi Jae-hun. Your work made this workshop possible. Since the UN announced its Sustainable Development Goals, there have been active global discussions and efforts towards the implementation. Today, metropolitan cities meet many challenges, such as sustainability and resilience. A new era following the COVID-19 pandemic also presents another common challenge. Against this backdrop, the roles of a city and its heritage are being discussed and redefined from various perspectives. Heritage can serve as a driving force of a society in the 21st century. It can contribute to social stability, job creation, and higher quality of life. It will also be helpful to build a vibrant society and culture. Recognizing the importance of heritage, last September, Seoul announced its plan for restoration of Seoul culture with 2,000-year history. It is part of Seoul Vision 2030, which is our policy master plan for the next decade. By reviving our time-honored history and culture, we aim to keep the city's historical identity. We also endeavor to nominate Seoul's representative cultural heritage for inscription on the UNESCO World Heritage List. Nomination candidates include Hanyang Doseong, Seoul City Wall, and Hanseong Baekje historic sites. We'll manage and promote our cultural heritage that meet the international standards. We'll spare no effort to develop Seoul as a sustainable and vibrant city, understanding the values and roles of our heritage. During the meeting, I would like to ask you to take interest in Seoul's heritage conservation efforts toward World Heritage inscription. I hope that today will be a valuable opportunity to share lessons and experiences of the world's major cities. Once again, thank you for your participation.
Now we have congratulatory remarks from Dr. Jyoti Kosagraha, Deputy Director of the UNESCO World Heritage Center. Please welcome her.
Hello. Thank you very much for this kind invitation. We are very pleased to be able to join you for this very important conference on heritage and the metropolis. I would like, first of all, to thank the Seoul Metropolitan Government for inviting UNESCO to be part of this important conference on the theme of heritage and metropolis. The conference will provide a platform for dialogue and promote the important role of heritage in the 21st century. I want to talk a little bit about the 2011 UNESCO recommendation on the historic urban landscape, or the HUL recommendation, which is a critical instrument for reaching sustainable urban development with heritage. The 2011 recommendation on the historic urban landscape, or the HUL recommendation, calls on member states to integrate conservation and management of cultural heritage in cities and settlements with policies and practices for sustainable urban development. It applies to all historic cities, not only to World Heritage sites. And it advocates a landscape approach for identifying, conserving, and managing historic areas within their broader context, considering the interrelationships between the physical forms, natural features, and social and cultural values. This innovative standard-setting instrument argues for the integration of heritage conservation with urban development plans and processes in order to manage change, to protect the heritage values, the outstanding universal value in the case of World Heritage properties. The HUL recommendation recognizes the importance of aligning with and furthering the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the New Urban Agenda, and the African Agenda 2063, as well as, of course, the World Heritage General Assembly that adopted the World Heritage Sustainable Development Policy at UNESCO. I want also to just mention that the International Expert Meeting in Fukuoka in Japan in January of 2020 on heritage in urban context discussed the worrying pattern of situations affecting heritage sites in urban contexts, as has been requested and discussed numerous times at the World Heritage Committee in its recent sessions. And a new methodology to better identify urban attributes, heritage attributes, and a basic framework for urban heritage management was developed that I hope will be useful for this reflection going forward. Furthermore, with rising temperatures and accompanying sea level rise, and increasing risk of climate change related disasters are also on the rise, as over 90% of all urban areas are coastal, putting most cities on Earth at risk of flooding from rising sea levels and powerful storms. World Heritage cities are particularly at risk because many of them developed for historical reasons along the coast or along major rivers. Thus, a large number of World Heritage cities, nearly a third of them, are along the coast. Climate change is now among the top threats to cultural and natural heritage sites inscribed on UNESCO's World Heritage List. We have been organizing at the UNESCO World Heritage Center a series of World Heritage City Labs that engage World Heritage cities and support them from, especially in the recent times with the ongoing pandemic, looking at recovery and resilience. We organized a World Heritage City Lab in June of 2020 with a number of case studies that focused on 5 principal pathways for resilience. The first is resilience and recovery. The first is a people-centered recovery, a second, a green recovery, third, an equitable economic recovery, Fourth, recovering space and infrastructure. And fifth, digital powered recovery. You can find all of these materials on the World Heritage Cities website. And I just point these out as possible points of interest taking forward. I want to just close now with a couple of points on activities that may be of interest and value for this group and its reflections. The first, the 10th anniversary of the 2011 recommendation is this year in 2021. And in this context, UNESCO has launched first of all, there was celebrations that were organized in between 16th and 24th of June that involved more than 86 speakers, including 9 mayors and city leaders and 35 renowned experts from 39 countries. And during this period, the Assistant Director General for Culture launched the Historic Urban Landscape Call for Action, the HUL Call for Action, inviting cities worldwide to raise awareness about the recommendation and accelerate inclusive urban heritage management through the HUL recommendation approach. Mayors and city leaders from all regions of the world gathered to share experiences and perspectives on the application of HUL in their cities. So we invite you to join the UNESCO network for HUL and respond to the HUL call for action. You can go to the link and sign up for these. You can go to the link on the World Heritage Cities website and join this call. Second, I want to invite you to subscribe to the Urban Notebooks if you're not already on the list and are not regularly receiving this monthly e-newsletter that has been developed for site managers and includes some examples of innovative practices, is published in English, French, and Spanish, and has been especially important during this difficult period. And finally, I want to just mention the World Heritage Canopy platform, which is a platform for innovative practices that integrate heritage conservation with sustainable development, including sustainable urban development. And these case studies and practical examples aim to inspire and guide local actions that contribute to and align with major global commitments, including the World Heritage Convention, the recommendation on the historic urban landscape, and of course, the 2030 agenda. So with that, I want to just close now and invite you to join a number of other activities that are upcoming on the World Heritage Cities program and the World Heritage Center. So please join us, and we look forward to the activities and really hope to work very closely together on the heritage in Metropolis. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your remarks, Dr. Jyoti Hosagraha. Another congratulatory remarks is ready from Korea. Now I'd like to invite President Song In-ho of ICOMOS Korea. Please join me for a warm welcome.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. This is Professor In-ho Song, the President of ICOMOS Korea. It is my honor here to deliver congratulatory remarks to all of you. As coronavirus mutant spread out, the global society seems to react in creating a new normal that has never been experienced before. This kind of webinar hybrid workshop was so popularly conducted with the backing of information and the communication technology. On the virtual space, face-to-face sharing the ideas without physical movement is becoming a global standard in the era of COVID-19. Ironically, thanks to the coronavirus, we have entered a new global era where we can share opinions and overcome physical distance, space, and time differences. Today's Metropolis is the source of innovation, knowledge, creativity, and inspiration, while the Metropolis itself creates over time, human and natural heritage, which should be reflected in the metropolis planning. In other words, how to understand the metropolis as a heritage and how to establish heritage policies in the relation to the cultural heritage, natural heritage, and natural settings to improve the quality of life is a task that each large city and metropolis face, as well as a new challenge for all of us. The UN Sustainable Goals, the Urban Agenda, and the History Urban Landscape can be the conceptual foundations for the challenges of these large cities and the metropolis. But beyond that, the international communities seek out the best practice for the metropolitan heritage policies and seek solutions to each other's problems. Sharing and creating international guidelines seems to be a paramount importance. This whole workshop held in 4 sessions today and tomorrow is invited important international experts in metropolis and heritage field to listen to case studies presentations from 12 cities and engaged in interdisciplinary discussions on various issues related to metropolitan heritage management and planning. I have no doubt that it will be an important opportunity to draw up issues, connect them to the discovery of international cooperation task and led to the Palo research project and international conference focusing on the core topics of city, culture, and innovation. E-Commerce Korea also would like to make a contribution by continuing to take an interest in the management of heritage in metropolis and participating in research project. I would like to say welcome all participants again, especially express my gratitude to the professors Michael Turner, Francesco Bandarin, and my colleague, Professor Jeon Choi, and Hanyang Dosong Division, and History and Cultural Heritage Division of Seoul Metropolitan Government for their hard work and effort in preparing for this wonderful meeting. Thank you very much.
Okay, we now begin session 1, and it will be moderated by Professor Choi Jae-hon. So I'll give the floor to the professor. Professor, floor is all yours.
Thank you, Sewon. Hello, everyone. Hello, honorary panelists and guests. It's my honor to be here today as your moderator for session 1. And this place actually you see on your screen is the digital lab in the DDP of Seoul Metropolis. This place used to be a famous public sports center, sports ground for baseball play. But now it was demolished and become a new urban heritage as a new shopping mall complex for the future generation. I hope this place is become a good example for all of us to take care for the metropolis and heritage issues. I hope that this wonderful workshop can be made even better with this more fancy digital equipment in this place. Let's start with a brief introduction for today's sessional program. As you see, the sessional divided into 3 parts. First one is speaking for the background idea, and second one is case reporting, and third part is concluding remarks. So I'd like to mention you about the sequence of how we organize this one. First, we will take a look at the pre-recorded video clip by Dr. Remy Stichiping on behalf of the UN Habitat Metro Hub. He sent a pre-recorded message on the business trip to Mexico due to his busy schedule. Then we'll have the UN Habitat World City reporting by Professor David Simon. After this, Professor Mike Turner, our respectable mentor of this workshop, will give a short presentation titled Heritage and Metropolis. Then I will give a short presentation about the framing the cases. The second part will be actual case presentation made from Istanbul to Delhi, Moscow, Milan, Seoul, Shanghai for 10 minutes each. For all presenters and discussants, I request to keep the allotted time. I will ring a bell once at the 30 seconds before your time out and to let you know about it's time to wrap up. And if you forgot your time slot, continue, I will ring twice the bell and let you know it's time to finish. After all case studies presentation, the first session will be concluded with the panelists giving comment about the presentation cases, about 5 minutes. Thanks. So let's start with this Remy's free video clip, please.
Dear friends, dear colleagues, it's a pleasure for me here to contribute to this important gathering. But let me start by acknowledging the Mayor of Seoul Metropolitan Government, Professor Jae-Hong Choi of Konkuk University of Korea, and Professor Michael Turner of Bezalel Academy of Arts and Design in Israel, in Hosong, Akomos, Korea, and all colleagues, all those who have contributed greatly to this first workshop that we are organizing. So for me, it's a very important moment where we can reflect on the contribution of heritage into the metropolitan reality. My special thanks goes first to Konkuk University, Akomos, Korea, the Seoul Metropolitan Government for being such a good host to all of us. I'm very glad to know that several universities have joined us today on this crusade to highlight the metropolitan issues through the eye of culture and heritage. On behalf of UN Habitat, I'm pleased to welcome you all to this important workshop. I would like to also acknowledge the importance of work, culture, and heritage, either tangible or intangible, as part of our global development agenda and various commitments that some of you are aware of. For instance, let me recall the Sustainable Development Goal 11.4, which urge us to strengthen efforts to protect and safeguard the world cultural and natural heritage. When I now turn to the new urban agenda, its paragraph 38 commits all of us to sustain and leverage natural and cultural heritage, both tangible and intangible, in cities and human settlements. So these are just two examples. For me to acknowledge that as the world continues to be urbanized, it has become more metropolitan. Therefore, UN Habitat most recently looked at how this trend had been continuing or had been evolving through the world urbanization prospect. And we uncovered that 1/3 of humanity already lives in metropolitan areas. It is therefore of great importance for UN Habitat to continue encouraging sustainable development, which will greatly depend on the success of metropolitan management, including the valorization of its heritage and culture. This workshop is taking place in Seoul metropolitan area, where the government had inspired good practices in metropolitan management when it comes, for instance, on issue of transport and mobility, environmental management, technology, and innovation, urban regeneration, socioeconomic development, just to name a few. Therefore, I believe that the Seoul's participation and hosting this important workshop and the heritage project, we call it, can help us achieve three things. First, this is a prime opportunity for sharing our rich experience on the connection between heritage or culture and then within the metropolitan areas. Second, it's an opportunity for us to trigger knowledge exchange with other metropolitan areas and academia, as well as on the third area, to demonstrate to the world, that metropolitan community, that we are committed to achieve sustainable urban future. And in that way, Seoul is showing us a great example here. The variety of cases and examples that will be shared during this workshop is by itself a rich source of inspiration that we should not overlook. It is my sincere hope that our joint project could go a long way to strengthening metropolitan management through the lens of heritage and culture, and establishing a global university consortium or network working on metropolitan areas. UN Habitat is framing its participation at this heritage project within the Metro Hub program. As some of you already know, Metro Hub supports sustainable development in world metropolises and regions, including partnering with universities and academic institutions to provide learning and training opportunities, field visits, exchanges, knowledge transfer, studies, and other capacity building opportunities and services that we can offer. UN Habitat is ready to build on Seoul and other world metropolises examples and leadership to share a wide range of lessons learned and promote metropolitan cooperation at the global level, including through the World Urban Forum in its 11th edition in June 2022 in Katowice, Poland, the United Nations Year of Cities in 2023, and many other opportunities, including the UN Habitat Assembly in June 2023 in Nairobi, Kenya. But let me be more specific on what we see as immediate action from our side. UN Habitat would like to use this opportunity and the lesson learned from this workshop to advance its normative work. What I mean by that is to help us finalize what we are calling the heritage survey that is on the way, with university and local partners involved in these projects, as well as starting the preparation of the global report on metropolis and heritage. The second immediate area is all of us working towards the preparation of the World Metropolitan Day 2022, meaning next year. I hope that we can jointly draw a roadmap to have a face-to-face hybrid meeting, hopefully in Seoul in October 2022, where we can have a real celebration of the Metropolitan Day. To do so, we hope that you'll be able, with your all effort and commitment and encouragements, to secure adequate resources, financial resources to meet those objectives. This is therefore my sincere hope that this workshop will serve as a stepping stone to advance our collective interest in a better management of metropolis. I thank you very much for your kind attention, and let's have a great event. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Rabbi. Even it's a busy schedule, he made a pre-recorded message for all of us. Thanks again. Now I'd like to invite the Professor David Simon, and we will give us UN Habitat World Cities reporting. David, the floor
Thanks
is
very
yours.
much, Jeroen. Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect.
Yes.
Thanks. Great. Well, it's appropriate that what I am going to talk about very briefly now follows that address from my UN Habitat colleague, Remy Setchiping. But I should just mention that I'm not employed by UN Habitat. I am an occasional consultant for them. And the particular context is that having worked with them on and off for a number of years on cities and climate change, as a contributor to several of their State of African cities reports and so on, I've also been working with them on their now single flagship report that is published every 2 years called the World Cities Report. There used to be two parallel flagships, the World Cities Report and the State of World Cities, and they were published in alternate years. But several years ago, they integrated the two under the label of World Cities Report. And the one that appeared last year is called The Value of Sustainable Urbanization, and was launched with an unfortunately online seminar on World Cities Day, the 31st of October last year because of the pandemic. And the 2022 edition, which in fact will be launched at the World Urban Forum in Katowice at the end of June next year that Remy just mentioned, is called Envisaging the Future of Cities. And I'm responsible for the final chapter, which is called Building Resilience for Sustainable Urban Futures. The contribution that I made to the value of sustainable urbanization last year was entitled The New Urban Agenda and the Value of Sustainable Urbanization. And I think what is important there for our agenda, which we'll be picking up in greater detail during our sessions tomorrow, is how we anchor the work that we're doing in this project in relation to global agendas. This includes the UNESCO agenda, which Jyoti referred to in her address. ICCROM, ICOMOS have key relevant documents about framing the work that they do in relation to the global sustainable development agenda. And we'll talk about that relationship or those relationships tomorrow as well. But the New Urban Agenda and the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which are, if you like, the monitoring and evaluation framework of Agenda 2030, are really important. And here, very quickly, is why. Even though, as most of us are academics, might find flaws or shortcomings with some of the framing, the targets and the indicators, the key thing is that these have been adopted by the global community, national governments, and crucially for our purposes, they have been adopted by local government institutions at the municipal or the metropolitan level around the world. And to varying extents, which is something we will need to discuss as we go forward, preparing our report over the coming months, these are being used to help position and report on progress towards achievement of those targets and indicators. So if we are able to pull out from the work that the metropolises that we're studying are doing and how they are integrating it with the global agenda, it helps us to position it. And when we hopefully present at the World Urban Forum next year, when we present our report, when we work as critical friends, if you like, with the local authorities where we're working, it makes things much easier because it becomes a global agenda. For some, perhaps it is comparative and indeed competitive in terms of we're further ahead than you, but that really is not the underlying purpose of these monitoring evaluation frameworks, these agendas, the targets and indicators. They provide an opportunity for each and every stakeholder to reassess what they're doing and to recalibrate to ensure that the work they're doing, in this case, conservation of cultural natural heritage, both tangible and intangible, is related to that broader forward-looking agenda of sustainability and urban resilience, be it in relation to climate change, economic stress, cyclical fluctuations, pandemics like COVID-19, or the rest. So that very briefly is the global framing, and some of the work that we do will find an audience with UN Habitat and other international agencies, including, crucially, of course, UNESCO. But if we can align the work we do with those agendas, with the frameworks that are being used worldwide to do that, it not only makes our life easier in terms of our partner organizations and municipalities finding relevance, but it helps them to embed this work in those agendas and to be seen to be adding value. I leave it there, and we'll pick up a lot of this in greater detail, particularly during session 4 tomorrow. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Dave. Great introduction. And now I'd like to invite the Professor Mike Turner. He will give us the introduction to the heritage and the metropolis. Mike, floor is yours now.
I don't know whether there is, right. Thank you. Well, I'd just like to welcome everybody and perhaps just give a few words about where we came from, because when we understand the process, I think then we'll have a better understanding where we're going. And I'd like to say it's a family affair. So just take it sort of very gently. Next. So we're next. We don't have next. So I just put in 6 milestones. People speak about the World Heritage Convention 1972, but you actually have to link it to the Stockholm Conference. It was a double event, really. The 1987 Brundtland Report, the Vienna Memorandum, recommendation on the historic urban landscape, the Sustainable Development Goals, and the New Urban Agenda. So next one. I guess the Anne Lacaton won the Pritzker Prize this year, and she said, demolition is a waste of many things, a waste of energy, a waste of material, and a waste of history. I think it can't be put better than that. Next slide. And the Brundtland, again, spoke about the concepts of needs, but people don't speak about the idea of limitations imposed by the state of technology and social organizations. Who would have thought that changes have taken place when this was written in the report in 1987? State of technology is just amazingly different, and also the social organizations of the world structure are also different. Next. So what really triggered the first part? The first part was the opportunities and challenges of tomorrow. We cannot solve the urban problems of today with the architectural tools of yesterday. We were in monuments and sites. We were trying to address the issues of urbanism through the individual monuments, which brought about then the recommendation on the historic urban landscape, and again, towards a broader recognition of the importance of all the processes and the conservation of urban values. Next. And here we have the historic urban landscape as an approach in action. Next. And the actual idea of understanding that the goal is to make cities and human settlements inclusive, the target is to protect, safeguard the world's cultural and natural heritage. Next. So it's really to make the role of culture in making cities safe and inclusive. And it found in the next part of it, which was edited by Francesco, Culture and Urban Futures, was the main contribution of UNESCO to the UN Habitat 3 in Quito. This was an important document, which I think is a basis and a foundation. Next. And here we have then the new urban agenda, recognizing culture as a priority component. We're here to actually understand exactly how to turn this into reality. Next. With the core dimensions of the new urban agenda, we see that there are soft measures where culture actually appears. So it's not just simply, we're here to, in a much wider way. Next. And the second change was not from architecture to urbanism, but from cities to the metropolis. So people say that by 2040, 2/3 of the world may be living in cities, but that's not exactly accurate. If the current trend continues, then 2/3 will live in cities as defined now. So this is where, in fact, we're changing then the form of where we are. It's a mindset change, mainstreaming urban heritage as this target which we have in the Sustainable Development Goals. Next. So here are the new forms which are actually being developed about metropolitan governance between sprawl and polycentric structures. Next. I just on a very family part. So at that point, Francesco and I started looking for budget and who would take on board. We went to Hong Kong, and then there was a revolution. We went to Bangkok, and there was a political uprising. We went to Beijing, and changes are taking place. So we felt that every time we went to a place, there was a terrible things happened. So we try to do it in a different way, and we're very pleased to be here in Seoul. Next. And of course, where do we need to go? The digital revolution is exactly what Brundtland tried to show to us. And what has changed is that shifting from the centralized hierarchies to distributed networks. And this is empowering individuals rather than the external hierarchies. And this, to my mind, is the biggest challenge. Next. And I think the family has now expanded. Amazing. I think we're coming together, and I think the way forward is setting up teamwork. And I think this is all goes well for the future. Thank you for everybody here. Next. And of course, this change is really amazing. And Remy spoke about what is happening in Seoul. I leave this to your own imagination. Next. And perhaps I'd like to end with Baudelaire. The old Paris is no more. The form of a city changes faster, alas, than the human heart. I think that the merging of people with the city is really the challenge that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, now I think it's time. I will give a short, brief presentation about the framing the cases. This is a really short presentation, and then I like to actually give a little idea before case studies are presented. Okay, please open my PPT. My slide files, thanks. Okay, next. Next slide, please. According to UN Habitat in 2020, there are 1,934 metropolises, over 300,000 inhabitants, accounting for 60% of the world urban population. At least 2.59 billion people live in the metropolises in 2020, equivalent to 1/3 of the global population. There are 34 metropolises with over 10 billion inhabitants. The term metropolis originally meant the mother city of a country, state, or empire. Today, it is used loosely to refer to any larger city. A metropolitan area includes a central city plus all surrounding territory, urban, suburban, or rural, integrated with the urban core. However, as cities expand, boundaries between urban, suburban, and rural areas become increasingly blurred. especially where urban sprawl is fostered. Next. In March 2020, the UN Statistical Commission defines a metropolitan area as a city and its commuting zone, which consists of suburban, peri-urban, and rural areas economically and socially linked to the city, implying new concepts like the urban-rural continuum instead of urban-rural dichotomy. However, there are still different definitions of a metropolitan area using by each country at a different spatial scale, making comparative analysis difficult. Next. Urban area has been evolved throughout history, leaving multiple layered urban heritage behind. Urban landscape would be reflection of intrinsic economic, cultural, political, and environmental value of the people, whether tangible or intangible heritage is manifested. The historic urban landscape recommendations adopted by UNESCO in 2011 provide us a holistic conceptual approach and framework to deal with urban heritage conservation and management based on the planning principles concerning integration of culture into territorial planning processes, both in the broader urban context and the geographical settings. For instance, the broader context including natural feature like topography, its infrastructures, land use patterns, social and cultural practices and values, and the intangible dimension of heritage. At the bottom, you can see the definition from the HUL recommendation in 2011. Next slide, please. The 21st century should be the year of the metropolises. We know that. So that the heritage of the 21st century will be formulated through the metropolis. However, HUL is not applied to a large scale at the level of the metropolis. So we need to develop a new insight beyond HUL. The identification of metropolitan characteristics in combined with this heritage can develop more significant cultural values at the various scale of metropolitan management, as well as can enhance the quality of our life. Moreover, it can foster heritage policy framework by transforming urban component into heritage and putting back culture as a driver of cultural changes. Next. You can see from the slide, the cases has different founding date at the upper side, distributed around the world at the below side. We can take 15 case metropolises at the first hand, then reduce the number to 12 up to now. That would be the presented at the case studies. Next slide. As you can see from this slide, basic data for 15 case cities, metropolises include such valuables as population 2020, population density, area size, number of World Heritage sites, number of historical properties, and public green space. Next. And also there are unemployment rate, percent of aged population over 65 years old, number of museum, GDP per capita, population growth rate between 2000 to 2018, homicide per 10,000 people. All these variables show us a quite variety of different patterns by each city. Next. However, I made some statistical analysis using correlation coefficient. Show us statistically a few significant correlation between between area and the green public space. There are 0.73 correlation. Between museum and the elderly population, 0.58. And between museum and unemployment, minus 0.70. Between World Heritage number and urban green space, plus 0.73. However, number of historical properties that I expected has a certain kind of the relations with other values. There's actually no significant correlation with any other values, suggesting heritage has an extremely arbitrary and strong policy aspect. Each cities and the metropolises has different background of historical urban development, different functional role in the urban systems and urban hierarchy, leading to distinctive feature of each cities, urban spatial models, as well as critical urban issues of urban challenge and prospect in relation to heritage conservation and management. Next slide. According to Stanley Brew, who is the urban geographer like me, we can put certain title to each 12 our case cities. In Asian cities, Istanbul as a European anchor of the urban triangle among the Tehran and Cairo, Tel Aviv forming secular axis, while Jerusalem forming religious axis, known as the city of three faiths. Delhi, who controls Delhi, controls India. That is the famous word. Shanghai as a city from treat port to modern metropolis. Seoul as Phoenix of prime city. Next. In Europe, London as Europe's private global city, Paris as France's prime city par excellence, Moscow where Russia's past to meet Russia's future. Milano as one of the fashion capitals of the world. Next. In America, New York City as America's global metropolis, Buenos Aires as global city of the Southern Cone, Rio de Janeiro as the wonderful city and the exquisite content. Next slide. However, there are no cases covering cities of African continent, Middle America, Southeast Asia, Central Asia, Australia, and the Pacific Island. Thus, we need to extend our case studies into more wider geographical set. This, our initiative, the Heritopolis initiative, is actually open-ended, so every cities are welcome to share their experiences. Before the case study started, I'd like to introduce a little bit about the survey questions. In dealing with quite a variety of metropolitan cases, after my presentation, we have developed common semi-structured questions about cultural situation, emerging trend, and future heritage, and metropolises like that. Okay, that's all for my presentation. Thanks for your attention. Now, I'd like to start the second part, which is about the case studies, starting from the Istanbul case. I'd like to invite Dr. Murat Gülbener. The floor
Yes.
is yours. You have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me? Okay, this presentation aims to shed light on macro-regional and site-specific aspects and processes which facilitate and constitute a threat for the preservation of heritage in Istanbul, the intramuros. It is organized in 3 sections. Subsequent to a telegraphic analysis of the historical macro-regional context, we present a summary of urban history, concentrate on major investments on urban transportation and the rise of the transport tourism industry as a major threat for the heritage sites. Next, please. Okay, the presentation is organized this way. I will present an urban history overview. It has 5 chapters: stagnating Istanbul as a stagnating gateway city of southeastern Europe. This is the 3 centuries between the 16th and the 19th centuries. Istanbul as a modernizing capital of a decaying empire. Third, I will go on analyze Istanbul as a port city of the Turkish Republic. Then fourth, I will make a brief overview on the Istanbul in the glorious 30s between 1946 and 80. And I will talk about the emergence of a global city. I will end up with a brief recapitulation. Next, please. Okay. Thanks to its gateway city functions, Istanbul was not affected by the economic decline of the Mediterranean port cities during the rise of the Atlantic economy between the 16th and the 19th centuries. So it shared the status with Venice, Marseille, and Istanbul are the 3 major gateway cities. Next slide, please. It has situational advantages and disadvantages. As we all know, Golden Horn was a safe natural port. Thanks to its current, it did not face the risk of silting. Golden Horn and the Bosphorus were too wide and too deep to bridge, and they contributed to cities' defenses. Istanbul was a stronghold, rather easy to defend. but the city had major disadvantages as well. As opposed to most cities in the Southeastern European, it was not located near a mountain, faced chronic water supply problems, which is alleviated through impressive water collection works and long transmission lines and aqueducts. It had no major potential for cereals, fruits, and vegetables agriculture. Its land stock for commercial and residential uses is limited, mostly in cities, in city center. Hence, the capacity for urban sprawl and decentralization are very limited in Istanbul. The limits of Istanbul's macroform at the beginning of the 16th century are not significantly different from those at the beginning of the 20th. And this suggests a superposition of historical layers. Next slide, please. This is Istanbul. Here we see map of Constantinople in the 16th century with its golden horn and its famous chain, the tiny little colony north of the golden horn, and the small city of Scutari on the Chrysopolis on the Anatolian side. Next slide, please. This is Istanbul at the beginning of the 20th. The macroform of the city is pretty much the same. Notice that in spite of the fourfold population increase observed during the 19th century, the urban macroform is not drastically different. We are going to see that the bulk of the changes and unprecedented growth took place in adjacent areas of these historical centers. Next slide, please. The history, as I have told you, of the city can be analyzed in 5 steps, but we are mostly going to concentrate on the stagnating gateway city, modernizing capital of the decaying empire, stagnating port city, and overgrown industrial city. And we are going to see some parts of the global city. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, the first phase of modernization we call shy modernity or selective modernity. It took place between 1839 and 23. Okay, next slide, please. This starts with the delocalization or relocalization of Topkapı Palace to its new location, and the starting point of the suburbanization of the Bosporus settlements. Next slide, please. Here in the 1860s, we see the connection to Europe with the railway, Chemin de Fer Oriental, which connects to the city. Next slide, please. These changes bring forth a transformation of social geography, and we see the resettlement of the parasite. Next slide, please. And we see a distinction between the historical peninsula and the settlements on the parasite. We see the emergence of the modernized urban sector, a new social geography based on ethno-religious affiliation and occupation. Emergence of apartment blocks, water divide line generates an undeniable fabric effect between the well-off and the poor. Okay, next slide, please. At the end of the 1990s, we have rail connection to Europe and Asia. We have a power plant. We have an electric tram service of 60 kilometers, and we have a pretty much modernized metropolitan city. Next slide, please. The second phase of Istanbul's history starts with we call radical modernity. Here, Istanbul is the stagnating cosmopolitan port city of the new republic. She has lost her economic hinterland subsequent to the Soviet Revolution. She has lost the capital city functions and the core diplomatic. We see the negative impacts of the proclamation of Ankara as the capital city. The city is planned by Henri Prost, okay, who proposed a protection of the skyline of Istanbul, Istanbul's walled city, creation of an archaeological park, recentralization of and a compact city, and the industrialization of the Golden Horn. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, here are the major decisions of the Prost plan, okay, and the plan of Istanbul subsequent to his policies. The third phase, next slide, please, okay, comprises the period between 1950 and 80, during which the population of city passes from 1 million to 5 million. The city is an overgrown industrial city. She has regular and irregular sectors separated, okay, distinct irregular and regular residential sector. She has rapid population growth due to migration. This is a city of squatters, shared taxis, and street vendors. This is a period in which the adoption of international principles of protection of the heritage is taken place. So the legal and administrative framework for heritage is set up in this particular period. Let's see how the city looked like in this period. Next slide, please. Here, shown in gray are the regular sections, and shown in the yellow are sections that are related to squatter housing. I'm about to finish. Okay, next slide, please. The area between the regular and the irregular housing relates to industry. Okay, changes in the next slide. Next slide, please. Changes in the location of the center of gravity of population distribution suggest that, if we come to the previous slide, suggests that, can we come up to the previous, suggests that the decentralization took place in 3 different geographical components, and thanks to the deterrence effect of Golden Horn and the Bosphorus, Istanbul intramuros is not affected by the urban growth processes. We are going to see that this is unfortunately no longer the case actually. The 4th phase of globalization, here the population passes from 5 to 18 millions. Istanbul constitutes the center of a large city region, generates the bulk of Turkey's GDP, taxes, and value added. It provides a relatively high quality public services and higher incomes, receives unprecedented investments for mega projects like Marmara, Eurasia Tunnel, WEF, under the Bosphorus. Okay. Next slide. Okay. To illustrate what is happening, on the ground, this is Istanbul, a sector of Istanbul in the year 1982. Okay, we see in the middle an industrial plant. Here we see that the rent cap will act as a major mechanism for urban transformation. It encourages land speculations and real estate investments. The slide shows an industrial sector between the irregular and the irregular sectors. It's kind of a sandwich, okay? 30 years later, next slide, please. The same area looks like this. The squatter housing area is pretty much regularized and transformed. All the factories are gone and transformed into shopping centers, and the vacant space are now house large skyscrapers. So the industrial plants are transformed. Today's Istanbul may well be one of the oldest cities in Europe, perhaps in the world, but yet it surely distinguishes itself as with a brand new building stock. Okay, this is my last slide that we are going to see. Okay, so to recapitulate what I have told you, this graphic summary of macroform changes suggests that up to 1950s, the historical peninsula accounted for the bulk of the settlement area and urban population. Today, it is no longer the case. Subsequent to the construction of bridges over the Bosporus, the macroform changes, tensions stemming from incongruent lifestyles, refugees, urban governance, development pressure from tourism, earthquake risks are not, do not rank high on the agenda. Golden Horn and the Bosporus are no longer as deterrent geographic barriers as before for the heritage. And currently, unprecedented projects like Marmarail, Eurasia Tunnel under the Bosporus for enhance the accessibility of Istanbul intramuros and put the social and environmental sustainability of heritage at stake. Yet prospects are not as gloomy as this short summary may suggest. Collaboration with international agencies and public participation may help us protect this unique world heritage. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks, Murat, for your presentation. You have very many beautiful slides. That's why you overtimed. Okay, you have 4 minutes more, but actually, I just want to let you hear about my bear like that.
Yes.
This means you have 30 minutes left. And this means that your time is up. Okay, it's very simple message.
Was I on time?
Okay, that's okay. Next is for the Delhi case, and the Jana Chowdhury supposed to give us her presentation, but she actually sent us a pre-recorded presentation. So we will play that presentation right now. Okay, start it.
And good evening, everyone, depending on our respective time zones. It is an absolute honor and privilege to be part of this UN Habitat Metro Hub Research Project, Heritopolis, and to be part of the University Consortium. I'm Jonna, and I'm Focal Point Delhi. This presentation is based on a survey questionnaire, and I'm most appreciative of the expert interviewees in the respective fields on Delhi that I have taken based on the questionnaire. I'm most grateful to Professor Ribeiro, Professor K.T. Ravindran, Professor A.G.K. Menon, and Kanak Tiwari for their time and patience in answering the survey. The survey has identified major issues. However, this is a process, and if there are gaps left, hopefully, they will come to light as I progress further. So what do we understand of Delhi Heritopolis? Delhi has had many capitals and has remained the capital city always. Especially, it has moved from the Aravalli Ridge to the Yamuna River. Aravalli being part of the continental fold that goes all the way down to Rajasthan, Gujarat in the map of Indian landscape, folding right up to the Himalayas, and Delhi begins at the foothills of it. There are many evidences of Harappan settlements in and around Delhi and on the ridge. Delhi is a place which has had much activity through thousands of years, and the contemporary Delhi, today's landscape, the most visible layer is the layer of the Mughals, the Tughlaqs, and the Lodhis. The culture of today, what is Delhi, is a combination of all these cultures. This also led to an amalgamation of a number of traditions, culinary heritage, its own music heritage, architecture heritage, linguistic traditions, history, philosophy, growth of religion. So Delhi Heritopolis is all these things put together. Contemporary Delhi is a very thriving city with over 21 million people. The historic footprint of Delhi is this protected triangle due to geography. heritage of Delhi is largely concentrated within this area. So the heritage protection of Delhi is often attributed to the setting up of the Archaeological Survey of India. However, its protection of heritage began much earlier. There is enough evidence to show that the Tughlaq dynasty have done extensive restoration and preservation of heritage. Tughlaq monuments are currently active fabric of the city. Various attempts were also made in language, in music, in worship forms, and all the different strands that we call heritage. There are traditional practices for all these, and Delhi inherited these traditions. In 1954, the actual identification of monuments and need to protect the precincts evolved from the Archaeological Survey of India, and subsequently a number of other attempts were made. For example, setting up of the INTAC in 1984 was a major factor in looking at heritage and viewing at its preservation as one of the methods and continuing the age-old traditions that Delhi had. From 15s through the 90s, there were a lot of subsystems which were set up. For instance, the state government has its own archaeology department. They are also protecting the monuments of state importance. The 3 UNESCO World Heritage listed monuments of Delhi have also resulted in their own methods approach to protection. Even though all of them are attempting the same thing, different agencies have nuanced differently in the way they are operationalized. Delhi enlisting a joint collaboration of INTAC on behalf of the Delhi Development Authority was also published. DDA has been set up to do the master plan for Delhi for the physical planning and the development of the city, and also have their own Delhi Urban Heritage Foundation. They have also set up their activities, empanelment of conservation architects, funding, so on and so forth. Then we move on to the Heritage Conservation Committee, another body. The HCC was set up within the Delhi Urban Heritage Commission by the initiative of INTAC, and HCC negotiates not only the preservation and protection of monuments and heritage structures, but also the development around that. The National Monuments Authority at the national level look at the different soft development permissions around the protected monuments and archaeological sites. So Delhi has a web of protection system. There is a plethora of regulations and different ways and means and instruments to implement those. The question, however, remains as to how to implement or actualize these regulations or frameworks. So the knowledge gap that has come to light from the survey covering current situation, first of all, heritage regulations and planning regulations need to be seen together. Heritage master plan needs to be integrated in a local level area plan. And the local area plan is the base, can be the base for localizing the sustainable development goals. If you look at the UN 17 Sustainable Development Goals, are very important goals to achieve, even though there are only a few sections that directly talk about cities and the materiality of the cities. Almost everything impacts the way we look at cities. Almost everything looks at the way to city development and its carbon footprint. Heritage conservation itself is restoration from the negative impact of from the carbon footprint. The old cities of India, and especially the old city of Delhi, especially the design of the city, is the most ideal form of development to resist climate change. The method in which the streets are designed, the functional mix that we have in the old cities, the manner in which the communities manage their own environment, how the streets have become life systems, how the ingress of the motor car is minimized in the old city. In many ways, the old city represents many of the futures that we need to invent for carbon resistant development. So that is now recognized as an entity that we need to not only preserve, but also to learn from how to apply those principles to the new development. So the SDGs are very critical, and the act of conservation, the very spirit of conservation is in actually to fulfill the SDGs, and as it is informed by the same set of ideas and that extent, we can say that we are very much on track on that. At the same time, if there is any conscious debate on how they are being put or how actions are leading to specific thing, measures them to create proof, etc., that attempt is not there. But if that part also can be done, then we can demonstrate how, like the measurement side or the efficacy is also carried out, then we would be addressing the SDGs more wholesomely than we are doing now. As the emerging trends, the issues that therefore come out is the climate change and cultural heritage. These are discussed, but separately. While ICOMOS is working towards nature-culture relationship, this needs to be reflected in the Delhi's government policy documents. Issue 2, sustainability is of course an emerging trend, but however, it needs to be localized and implemented. And for this purpose, we need a holistic approach that integrates tangible, intangible, nature, culture, economics, and environment, so on and so forth. We need to set out action plans for actual implementation and actualization. Issue 3, heritage can be new. To understand heritage can be new, we need a change in the mindset. Delhi has had one big setback of the Hall of Nations and another on the way, the Central Vista. Now heritage needs to be brought within the policy framework. New heritage needs to be brought within the policy framework. Issue 4 is about the representation of heritage. And of course, unfortunately, the emerging trend is monoculture. We need to strengthen inclusivity and diversity. Both need to go hand in hand in Delhi. Future heritage and future metropolis, the issues that come out is Indian or indigenous urbanism. The future of Delhi's heritage and Delhi as a metropolis lies in the understanding of what is Delhi's indigenous urbanism. And the answer should come from within this understanding. Point number 2, two perceptions of heritage are existing. One, it doesn't matter, and the other one, it matters. So the contemporary Delhi needs to find usage for historic Delhi, or in other words, Delhi's future heritage must find relevance in its future metropolis. Economics of heritage will play a big role in this regard. But the answer again, we need to find from within Delhi's system. Of course, resilience and sustainability, two divergent sets of most important planning tools, that is the spatial planning and socioeconomic investment planning, have come on the same platform. Delhi as a case study due to its concentrated heritage, both natural and man-made, and living is a good playing field to bring this in. The SDGs are very critical, and the act of conservation, once again, the very spirit of conservation is actually to fulfill the SDGs and therefore, thereby resilience. To conclude, ICOMOS's Delhi Declaration on Heritage and Democracy in 2017 needs to be relooked as a response to lack of proper representation and heading to monoculturalism. This declaration reflects the commitment by ICOMOS to heritage and democracy as a key ingredient in people-based approach to sustainable development. Heritage is a fundamental right and responsibility of all. It is a starting point for a meaningful and equitable future that secures and celebrates diversity, social engagement, equality, justice for all cultures. We need to inculcate this in building people awareness and elaborated in the most recent, the Tokyo Charter. The complexities of contemporary life, the COVID-19 pandemic, the racial inequalities, severe economic disparities, and many other factors confirm that it is time to put the person, people, and creativity at the center of our lives and the world at large. Moreover, the fragility of the current situation, which all countries are manifesting in their cultural, education, and other sectors, reveals that a new centrality must be accorded to the role of culture can and should play in sustainable development and the world of future. In fact, without culture, it is difficult to see how shared and participatory policies and practices can be created that are of crucial importance and present and going forward into the future. This is an early stage research, and therefore it has its limitations in findings and relevance to my independent research. Through the process, more gaps will be identified, which will become basis of literature review. I would like to thank UN Habitat Metro Hub for this platform, entire Seoul team to bring this together, put this together, my fellow ASRs, as I have learned so much from you and will be learning in the future. Especially thanks Mike and Francisco and Eric for mentoring us. Thank you.
I forgot to thank Professor Choi. Thank you so much. You and your team, it's brilliant. Thank you.
Thanks, Jana. You make on time. Great. Thanks for your nice presentation. Okay, now I'd like to invite the Ksenia Mijanina. Ksenia actually provide us Moscow case. Ksenia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me well? All right. Next slide, please. Thanks a lot. I'm happy to be a part of this event, and I'll present you a Moscow case study. My presentation is formed according to the survey structure and the questionnaire, and based on the expert interviews and desk studies of the first stage of the research of the Heritopolis project. Therefore, I'll discuss key points on the current situation, emerging trends, and future heritage, and draw conclusions of the heritage sphere in the context. Next slide, please. So what do we see today? The main features that shape today's heritage sphere is that we are in a post-Soviet context. Moscow is a post-Soviet metropolis where for 70 years the concept of heritage was denied. Memories and monuments of previous epochs were neglected and wiped out. And since then, during 30 years, since the collapse of Soviet Union, the country has been trying to find its way to heritage appreciation and conservation, included contested heritage of the Soviet period. For example, like references to Stalin's excesses. Today, the dialogue about heritage lies mostly in a legal framework, and the government has the authority to decide what heritage and what is not, and the power to decline attempts to protect buildings and sites. And that is connected to the big pressures of the business and big pressures of the development of the contemporary Moscow. We also have a lack of wider understanding of metropolitan heritage. So we mostly focused on built heritage objects and sites. And have problems with recognition of intangible heritage that we have, and the heritage important to local communities. As for the SDGs and as for the international context, it is considered in Moscow metropolitan agenda, mostly in providing smart solutions, social housing, and transport infrastructure. SDGs are incorporated into metropolitan policies, and since 2019, Moscow has been participating in the OECD pilot project's territorial approach in achieving sustainable development goals. The federal state statistics keeps statistics on the progress of achieving SDGs, and practically citizens see the results mostly in terms of providing access to public goods like transportation and accommodation. As for the natural heritage within metropolitan area, we see that it's strongly protected and utilized throughout the metropolis as recreation facilities, as eco and biodiversity resources. It has been long on the agenda of conservation, biodiversity, urban health, and well-being. From the Soviet period, there has been a strong tradition of year-round outdoor sports and recreation, with parks set up with walking distance and connectivity to the natural environment. Legislation concerning safeguarding natural heritage in the metropolis is also much stricter than the legislation of cultural heritage. Protests in defense of green spaces under threat are much more radical and are being noticed by the authorities. And as a result, today we see that we need to develop an understanding of Moscow metropolitan area as a system of cultural landscapes. Unfortunately, today we have an objective approach to heritage with the main focus of on safeguarding exceptional pieces of metropolitan built heritage. In our legislation, there is no concept of cultural landscape, and unfortunately, no comprehensive approaches or mechanisms developed for managing and transforming the landscape of the metropolis. Next slide, please. We notice changes, good ones and bad ones also. Cultural heritage and emerging trends in this area are far from the priority of metropolitan authorities, unfortunately. These issues are not yet reflected in the global politics of the metropolis. For example, the problem of providing the population with affordable housing and ensuring connectivity of the territories of the metropolis are in the first place and often solved at the expense of preserving heritage. Just like a renovation program, including more than 5,000 fifth-story houses to be destroyed, and which brings a threat to the past and to the future heritage. Because also with the new development that we see after the previous destructions, we see standardizations, erasure of identity, impoverishment, and as for a new construction boom, we have now a new wave of heritage destruction. Also, symbolism is noticed as a main concept in heritage conservation. We see good things. For example, digital technologies as a means of popularization are widely used. Or also it widely used in heritage management and conservation. We have digital inventories, digital heritage documentation. We have various state and private media platforms with online expositions and excursion, which makes easy access to the sphere and better management of conservation practices. We also see a trend of a landscaping in the metropolitan area, which adds value to the heritage of Moscow. In recent years, due to the efforts of city authorities, the quality of the urban environment in different parts of the city has been significantly changing and improving. Additional articulation revealing the historical cultural potential of the city, preserving and adapting cultural heritage, the natural component of the city, and historical cultural landscape will contribute to disclosure of local identity, preservation of the ecology, and improvement of the quality of urban life. Next slide, please. Future. To ensure a heritage-led development, we need a mass request. The community demand for heritage preservation now is not present on a sufficient scale to be paid attention to. Today, there are some small groups of town people in the public realm who are concerned about heritage. And this is not enough to change the policy in the direction of heritage-led development. So heritage policies, for heritage policies to be better associated with long-term spatial and economic planning time should pass and new community demand should form. And this also connected with our cultural, finding our cultural identity. To establish that and to help that, education, especially education of architects, should be transformed for a gradual instilling of heritage-led development. The problem is it's very hard for the new architects or the few urban planners to work with the urban context and metropolitan context. What we need is the NGOs and citizens' active participation in the decision-making process. It is necessary to change the existing system of values of the city authorities, where at times the interests of development, the interests of business prevail over the task of preserving heritage. A heritage economy should be encouraged and developed. We need trust, engagement, and assistance to the initiatives of residents in the field of heritage, developing public participation and control in this area. Active involvement of NGO and expert engagement in the heritage management field and decision-making will certainly benefit the regulatory system of heritage conservation and will help to cope with future risks. And of course, we need regulation and strategies that will ensure the safeguarding of existing and creating new heritage. Now there is in the structure of urban planning, the heritage authorities have a dependent position in the guardian structure, and weakness of local authorities does not allow controlling development sphere, and business interests are always above all the rest. Next slide, please. So what main points we have, what main conclusions? Defining our identity and general understanding of heritage is one of the main issues facing our contemporaries now. Adding to the absence of mass requests for heritage development in the minds of the main actors in urban processes, heritage is underestimated. The very understanding of the role of heritage, the concept of heritage, cultural landscapes, intangible heritage needs to be expanded. It's necessary to reconsider the role and status of heritage in urban management to provide effective tools for its preservation and development. Number two is the absence of cultural landscape notion and historic urban landscape approach. So we have some regulation imperfections, and of course, the urban landscape approach will help to have a holistic approach to urban heritage when we speak about metropolitan districts development. Number three, absence of major strategic vision and rush decision that threaten future continuity of development. And this is also about planning, and this is about the dense pressure of development and building new facilities and infrastructure. Just to say that, of course, we have a lot of pressure and a lot of threats to the metropolitan heritage as for contemporary processes, contemporary development of metropolis. But on the other hand, we understand that there is already a need from the society to understand what we are, to understand our identity, and to keep our heritage, identifying what it is. This is also a study in progress, and thank you very much for the time that I have here. Thank you.
Thanks, Ksenia. You have 2 minutes over, but I didn't ring the bell.
Sorry.
It's almost done. Thanks, Ksenia. That's wonderful presentation. And now I'd like to invite the Valentina Gaulio, sorry, and Nicole Di Tongni, yes. And then both persons are talking about the Milano case. Okay. Valentina, Nicole, floor is yours.
Thank you. Nicole, are you there? Okay, so I'm gonna start very quickly. So thank you very much, Professor, for this exciting event. We would like to start from the presentation of Milan case studies left behind, and firstly we would like to present ourselves as MS Lab Research Unit from Politecnico di Milano. And left behind the cities of zoning, Politecnico di Milano research units deal with the explosive dimension of metropolitan scale, exploring what the urban paradigm might be and what is the current building forms, types, and the new land use patterns that has to be redimensioned and finally redecoded in the huge scale of the bigness, quoting Colas, recovering the fundamental elements at each scale and attempting to relate them to each other. Briefly, I would like to present next. Briefly, I would like to present ourselves as researchers. We are led by Professor Contine, MS Lab Research and Coordinator. I'm an architect and PhD student in architecture and urban planning, and with Nicole as architect and researcher, fellow in architecture and urban planning too, we are going to develop our research on metropolitan heritage. I don't know if Nicole is with us and can follow our discourse. Can you jump in? We can't hear you, no. Okay, so it doesn't matter. I can continue. So next one, please. So our research starts from mapping the narratives. That means that our research perspective is to support a multi-scale approach using maps, considering his structural relationship. It implies to identify and recognize networks of strategic value that already are active on the ground in order to join the new centralities, bringing importance of the urban epicenters in coordination with the historical ones. So that means that this kind of operation calls for consideration of how intangible aspects can be included in this complex process of mapping, and in growing acknowledgement of the role of different social groups of citizens interested in dealing with metropolis and heritage too, means that we need to recognize, analyze, and connect narrative and images of metropolis in order to search for new interpretative layers through a diachronic and synchronic perspective, enriching the comprehension of heritage, overcoming the reference to traditional monuments, and how to include social values and immaterial aspects even at the metropolitan scale. Next one, please. So in order to shift from the narratives to new imaginaries through a mapping process, of course, we need to structure multidisciplinary and also to include not only the spatial dimension, but also the social one, starting from the historical monument, as well as the interest, aspiration, or new imaginaries of the actors who originated them, and that can be related to the process of new patrimonialization. So the idea of heritage has to be developed in a new collective and multidisciplinary understanding involving inhabitants, professionals, and institutions at various levels as well. So the paradigm has to be shifted, as well as the major events that can change in the heritage narrative and often produce a monument or a selection or discontinuity with the urban imaginary on which subsequent actions of construction, recoding, rearticulation, reinterpretation are based in our map. So this action can offer opportunity to enhance and protect heritage and produce sustainable dynamics, but at the same time, they can constitute a protection factor for urban fragilization. Next. So we are proposing, according to the existing condition of metropolitan dynamics and impact on metropolitan context of Milan, a methodology that starts from a documenting process. In order to analyze an emerging contemporary condition of metropolization that impact on intangible values of metropolitan heritage, that start from critical analysis of what we call the multidisciplinary narratives aims at structuring a new kind of glossary. So a common language through which we can communicate the impact on the ground, because our topic is to recognize and valorize both the past and emerging spatial structure to support the construction of sustainable metropolitan city. Because finally, one of the main goals is to determine sustainable growth and compatibility of what we call the green-gray infrastructure system across the different scales, underline the relationship between culture and nature, manifested in tangible and intangible heritage of metropolises. Next. So our methodological process to mapping these kind of metropolitan dynamics related to the heritage on the ground start from through methodological phases. The first one is related to the temporalization of the periods of construction of metropolitan city that can be represented through our research tool, that is metropolitan cartography. And also in order to recognize the geographical, but also the historical, social, and anthropological features of the political ecology on metropolitan context, as well as studying overall the impacts of new dynamics of the explosive metropolitanizations and urbanization processes that are marked by the persistence presence on physical infrastructure system and media, and also new kind of technologies on traditional cultural sites and monuments, events, rituals, and other practices that are already active on the ground. Because finally, what we try to do through our research is to try to translate the ecology, amount of ecology of information into data knowledge. Next, please. So our investigations start from 4 specific interviews and 4 specific topic and questions. First, what is the time of the city that we have to study and analyze? How city dwellers contributing to the civil societal agenda can influence public policies and design process of cultural heritage spaces through an inclusive and real sustainable practices? And following, what relationship are established between the space produced by practices of city dwellers and those that are claimed to by the public authorities too? And finally, what are the durable and robbed civic images, quoting Lynch, of the rural-urban city? So actually, we try to investigate on these 4 specific issues through 4 metropolitan heritage, let's say, experts' vision, starting from analyzing the time of the city, the durability of metropolitan landscapes, how to plan metropolitan territories from the hugest scale to the smallest one through the ecosystem services as metropolitan heritage supports tool, and finally, how new temporalities of the city and how we can provide also a spatial image continuity to the city. Next. So firstly, we discover some principal keywords with Professor Shane from an academician and the city theories from Columbia University, starting from the question about what time is the city. And we discovered that we need to redecode the DNA of the city, so the structure that has to be recombined, not only in terms of analyzing which are the existing new types of architecture on metropolitan field of action, but also thinking about that we need new land use pattern that should be addressed in the contemporary metropolis with institutions, with designers, with citizens, with operators as recombinant intelligences that are able together to produce a new urban settings from given types, architectural types, and to think a new reversal code shaping new public spacing that can valorize the cultural value, but also the historical value of what we call temporary infrastructure to acknowledge what is considered as a fast-changing need and desire for citizens. So to say that the time is not stuck on the space, but is something that is continually in process. But what we discovered also with the Professor Givelli as a planner and academician of Politecnico di Milano, we need a projective design scenario that is proposed by using a system of information for acknowledged territory that can filter, interpreted by the structural analysis of the spatial components through the territories in cartographic sense by what we call the ecosystem servicing in the green-gray continuity structures to determine is also a changing typology of architecture that is really rooted on the ground or local context. Next. And as well as a double interview with one of the policymaker of metropolitan planning of Milano, we discovered that it's essential to start from cartography to analyze the context-based analyses that have been carried out actually also for the development of new metropolitan territorial plan for Milan as well, in order to understand how we can guarantee a connection and contribution with the natural capital, but also with the economy and also overall the cultural capital that is already existing in the middle-sized cities around the core city of metropolitan Milano area. And finally, we discover, according to the fourth topic, the new spatial imaginary and the new temporality of the city, with Margarita Gutmann as an architect and professor from UBA, New York School University. We are speaking, when we discovered that while we are speaking about heritage, the footprint of the future is in the present. And this is an evocative title for a search for mapping innovative spatial elements that have been that we believed should be important for the future, that would give richness to mapping research in connection with the past, considering while we are designing contemporary the three dimensions of the city, the past, the present, and the future as well. And so the persistence as well as the durability are design principles through which a metropolitan project rooted on the ground can determine how behave, how experience space through the combination of metropolitan temporalities. Next. So I would like to end with one of our images to frame the metropolitan city of Milan inside a context in which we, and next one, we define Milano as a new centrality in a huge, from the transcalar to an urban scale, across the different perception and infrastructural connection of the city as well. Next. But also we would like to present, it's supposed to be another image, next. But we would like to present metropolitan cartography for Milan as metropolitan heritage tool in order to define the science of metropolitan relationship with geography, remarkable infrastructural points, rivers, as well historical canals, monuments, and great events on the territory for a new resilient structure of metropolitan territories. Hence, the metropolitan cartography is presented for metropolitan heritage as a built-up map. So that means that is made by science and indexes of geography that can become also a new spatial imaginary for the city of Milan. And next one, please, last one. I would like to end with another production that we elaborated, crossing together the different information that we catch from the metropolitan datasets and regional too, in order to frame the metropolitan city of Milan as a green infrastructural system that is deeply rooted on the historical events related to floods, but also to flood system, but also overall to build up area construction along the different transects from the Pianura Padana to the mountain system, Alpi mountain system, in which is relevant to define, is relevant to understand the condition from which we can start to achieve sustainability. So the topic of this map is to understand how metropolitan cartography as a tool for decision making and can be a tool to communicate together and to merge from narrative to new imaginaries the topic of academia, civil service for defining metropolitan heritage spaces that has to be protected, but overall has to be transformed in a new public policies, a new public space for protecting and transforming them as well. So next one. I thank you for your attention. I leave you our contact, and I thank you again for your patience.
Thanks, Valentina. Nice presentation, especially for these beautiful cartographic works. I really love that, except for you have 5 minutes overtime. Okay, now I'd like to invite Hyunjae Kim. He will provide us the Seoul, our hometown, case studies. Hyunjae, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me well? Okay, so good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Thank you very much for inviting me to this wonderful workshop. I'm Hyunjae Kim, PhD student of archaeology at the University of Cambridge, and I conducted a survey of current trends of Seoul's heritage as a case study. For the Metropolis reporting session, I would like to speak about current status of Seoul's heritage, major issues, and future heritage discussion regarding metropolitan Seoul and heritage. Before starting to speak about heritage in Seoul, I would like to explain the influence of Seoul briefly. The extent of metropolitan Seoul is 605 square kilometer, and the population is about 9.5 million this year. The gross regional domestic product is approximately $35.6 billion. In terms of higher education, there are about 690,000 students who are now studying at college or university in Seoul. Before the pandemic, the number of international visitors were between 10 million and 13 million from 2015 to 2019. Next slide, please. Regarding heritage management system in Seoul, heritage listing and relevant programs are based on two major laws of Cultural Heritage Protection Act and Seoul Metropolitan Government Cultural Heritage Protection Ordinance. According to the law, there are 1,274 state designated heritage and 646 Seoul designated heritage sites, and there are also 3 World Heritage Sites in Seoul. The category of designated heritage includes cultural and natural heritage sites, intangible heritage, and folklore resources. In terms of Seoul's history, the Seoul Metropolitan Government has been focusing on the management of 2 historic centers, including the capital of Joseon Dynasty from 14th to 20th century, locating at the center of Seoul, the capital of 2,000-year-old Hanseong-baekje in southeast area of Seoul. In other words, the history of Seoul is not limited to 600 years, but rather a continuous flow from the past 2,000 years. In the 1980s, while preparing for international events such as hosting the 1988 Seoul Olympics, awareness of Korean heritage and traditional culture was awakened and expanded in Korean society. The direction of the heritage conservation was changing into focusing more on the preservation historical properties in urban areas, rather than only developing and constructing new forms of buildings. During the construction of the Olympic Stadium in Seoul, while the Baekje Castle heritage sites of Mongcheon Tosong and Pungnap Tosong were also being preserved, the Olympic Park was established in harmony with these heritage sites, as you can see the pictures below. The next slide, please. I would like to present 2 major issues of heritage in Seoul. The first one is to manage Historic Center and the Seoul City Wall. This area includes the most popular and the plenty of historical resources to show Seoul's history as the old capital area surrounding by the Seoul City Wall. This area is still the political, administrative, and economic center of contemporary Seoul. For the project to manage the historical landscape of this area, there is a particular law of Seoul Metropolitan Government Ordinance on special support for the historic center of the Seoul City Wall. In addition, there have been various urban plans related to the historic center. These plans include those that are in line with the UN Habitat New Urban Agenda, in particular provision number 125. The provision describes the importance of innovative and sustainable use of architectural monuments and sites, with the intention of value creation, the respectful restoration and adaptation with regards to urban special development. Among the 10 provisions of Seoul Urban Planning Charter, history and culture preservation and sense of place are specified as a key concept of Seoul's urban planning. Additionally, 2030 Seoul Plan declares the significance of historical sustainable development to deal with the historical identity of metropolitan Seoul and improvement of culture and living with the historic environment. To elaborate these purposes, the basic plan for Historic Center of Seoul is established by Seoul government in 2014, and the plan emphasized public engagement with the motto of a historic city created by Seoul citizens. The map describes not only designated heritage sites, but also elements of historic urban layer, including historic road, river or stream, areas of buried or lost cultural assets to restore and to excavate in the future. For example, the Urban Alleyway Regeneration Project of Seoul considers the near historic roads to integrate with the new buildings, creating the balanced landscape marked by historical and contemporary architectures. Next slide, please. Not only tangible assets of Seoul's history, but also the policy of intangible heritage is one of the major topics of heritage management in Seoul. The provision number 38 of the new urban agenda explains sustainable leveraging of both tangible and intangible, such as indigenous culture, traditional knowledge, as well as social participation and the exercise of citizenship. Seoul's intangible heritage program seeks to match the agenda through programs of public engagement for intangible heritage. Currently, there are 52 fields of intangible heritage, including mother of pearl inlaying or decorative knotting, and 42 intangible heritage masters are designated. In case of the Seoul Museum of Craft Art, which is open this year, public access to intangible knowledge and experiences has been continuously improving to identify living heritage in daily lives of Seoul citizens. Financial supports are also given to people who would like to learn traditional skills, as well as heritage masters to transmit their knowledge. Next slide, please. While I conducted the interview and the survey of Seoul's heritage at the level of metropolitan scale, I recognize the significance how future heritage can be created and how this will be related to sustainability of heritage in metropolitan area. In terms of future heritage, the Seoul government has prepared a legal and institutional device called the Seoul Future Heritage, which was started in 2012, and it is implementing various programs. According to the policy of Seoul Future Heritage, the concept of future heritage is defined as a modern or contemporary historical resource as a preliminary to designate as a heritage which was experienced and remembered by the majority of Seoul citizens. The process to select the future heritage sites emphasized the voluntary recommendation by citizens and the collaborative process of decision-making with not only heritage experts, but also local communities. These concepts will be related to a collective memory or emotion that Seoul citizens have made together while living in contemporary times, because the metropolitan scale is embedding the vast amount of people living in the state, and the metropolis can become a representative of nation's culture and history. However, these memories and emotions must have the sustainability to drive new creation by sharing them with the various generations and transmitting them into the future. In the case of Seoul Future Heritage, the metropolis of Seoul is currently asking the following questions regarding cultural heritage. How citizens would like to create heritage based on their memories? How does future heritage help to create the identity of citizens of metropolitan Seoul? Such concerns about future heritage can be broadly applied to the discussion of historical resources from ancient time to modern times. Although it is a historical resource that reflects the value of stories and context of the past, heritage is a process in which present and future generations interpret its meaning and assign value to it. In this regard, the discussion of whether Seoul citizens will build the concept of heritage in connection with urban life should be continued. Next slide, please. Thank you very much for listening, and please share your thoughts and questions if you would love to. Thank you.
Thanks, Hyunjae, for making on time. Perfect. Now, our last presenter, I'd like to invite Dr. Sing-Yu Mu, giving us a Shanghai case. Dr. Mu?
Hello.
The floor is yours.
Can you hear me well?
Yep, very good.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I want to thank you, our friends, Professor Mike Tanner and Professor Francisco Bandring from UN Heritage in partnership with universities worldwide for the kind invitation and for the efforts of the whole organization committee. Our Shanghai team is a pleasure to participate in this event to discuss the complex relationship between metropolitans and heritage with all of you. I'm Dr. Sylvia Moon, Project Director of WITRAP, where I'm mainly responsible for research and projects related to World Heritage Sites and Shanghai Historical Conservation Districts. For this meeting, our team, led by WITRAP Director, Professor Jen Zhou, have brought a preliminary report on a survey on the urban and architecture features of Shanghai metropolitan heritage. Next slide, please. Our chosen theme is diversified development of a historic district supported by Shanghai's metropolitan heritage. I will try to cover this in 3 sections. The first, the state of Shanghai's metropolitan development and heritage. The second, the Shanghai metropolitan heritage conservation policies and the methods. The third one, the practices of Shanghai metropolitan heritage conservation. Next, please. Okay, thank you. Shanghai's development began around the 10th century AD as a commercial settlement. Upon completion of its modern harbor in 1843, Shanghai underwent a period of rapid growth and became the first metropolis in the Far East in the span of just 1 century. Next slide, please. Shanghai's culture has some typical traits that came to be known as Shanghai style, that blend ancient and modern, foreign and Chinese features. It built heritage is the direct expression of this unique cultural identity, and is therefore rich and highly diversified. Just by looking at Shanghai's central urban area, one could recognize examples of Western modern urban fabrics, traditional Chinese town patterns, or different hybrids of both. In the suburbs, there are some distinctive traces of the ancient Jiangnan water villages and their traditional rural landscape. Out of the complex layering of the city's history, today the metropolitan area of Shanghai houses different kinds of urban and architectural heritage sites, such as historic building lanes, former workers of villages, industrial heritage districts, historic parks, and campuses. Next slide, please. Thank you. Next slide, please. Thank you. In 1986, Shanghai was first registered on the list of Chinese national historic and cultural cities, borrowing from the most recent models of preservation theory and practice, such as the historic urban landscape approach. Over the years, Shanghai's policymakers have continued to add to the number and types of heritage objects that are under conservation, outlining a great number of historic conservation areas, historic conservation blocks, historic conservation roads, and historic conservation canals, trying to acknowledging the full spectrum of the built heritage of the city. Leading from the Chinese national laws for the preservation of cultural heritage, local regulations have been developed specifically to answer the city's own demands and characteristics. Target conservation plans have also been set in motion for each different heritage type, such as districts, blocks, roads, canals, buildings, and so on. Some specific policies on land use, construction financing, and management have been implemented according to what came to be known as the point, line, and surface combination, a multi-level heritage conservation system, acting on isolated buildings, that means points, linear aggregations means lanes, and districts, which means surface. Next slide, please. Today, Shanghai has designated as a 46.5 square kilometer historic urban area. According to the unique context, history, and the special features of their urban fabrics, 44 historic conservation areas have also been designated, along with 250 historic conservation blocks, together with the located preservation efforts of roads, canals, buildings, and monuments. The large-scale acknowledgement of Shanghai's historic features has paved the way for more comprehensive approach to the city's metropolitan heritage. Next slide. In recent years, Shanghai has implemented its own program for metropolitan heritage conservation, setting up a collaborated platform for a multifaceted discussion at the city and the district levels, involving a wide range of parties and actors, with the goal of putting in place a management system able to cover all aspects of heritage conservation, such as conservation planning, characteristic place supply, development subject selection, implementation programming, conservation supervision, and so on. For projects directly involving historical urban landscapes, incentive places have been formulated in land planning, financing, construction management, and other aspects to promote the active participation of all parts in social in heritage conservation. So, in some specific cases, urban and architecture research programs have been carried out before the project's development, trying to grant its special functional and infrastructure choices on the careful heritage value assessment and integrating spatial design and conservation requirements into the statutory planning to ensure the full implementation of the conservation measures. Next slide, please. At present, a large number of urban conservation projects have been implemented in Shanghai for development projects led by market demands. The authorities in Shanghai have tried to change the original large-scale plans to preserve the historic urban landscape of the city to the maximum depth and extent possible, trying to match the requirements of urban conservation and market development, while ensuring the financial balance of developers through some tribute clauses. In some remarkable instances, urban preservation areas have been expanded up to 3.5 times the original size. In some others, an entire historic district has been preserved in its former state. For example, in the Angkong Yuan, in the slide is the left one, redevelopment project, the historic urban fabric that has been preserved and reused increased during the discussion process from 20% to 70%. In the Yanglong Zone project, the right one on the slide, high-rise buildings have been reduced in number and disrupted so as to retain and protect a coherent portion of this historic city. Next slide, please. For the government-led projects, the sustainable development goal of historic urban conservation have been achieved through architectural restorations, refurbishments, and environmental improvements to the build. In some cases, restoration works have been accompanied by a careful refunctionalizing of exciting historic buildings, introducing commercial and office space to match or enhance the feature of a specific historic block, stimulating the vitality of this wide district. This is the case, for instance, of a Hongshan Farm in the left part of the slide. In other cases, urban preservation has been understood as a means to enhance the overall value and attractivity of a site. For example, in the project for Jianye Land, in the middle part, in the central part of the slide, you can see the careful restoration of the historic urban fabric and architecture through repairs and limited reconstructions has raised the interest of a number of private investors that have been actively involved in the economic rekindling of the area. In some of residential projects, just as the Chaoyang village, the right part on the slide, we can see the local community has been directly involved in the conservation plan to achieve social and environment development. The tenets and the functions have been maintained while trying to improve the housing conditions and the quality of the public spaces through small scale additions to the historic buildings, or through the optimizing of their plans and the internal distributions. This is the case, for instance, of the right part. Okay. In the process of Shanghai's metropolitan heritage conservation, we face ever-changing challenges, innovations in law, regulation, administration, spatial design, and so on, are being constantly explored and carried out. The study, next slide, please. The study included former government planning officials, government departments, and officials now in charge of heritage conservation, and technical staff involved in planning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mu. Now we are approaching the last part of the session 1. It's closing remarks. I'd like to invite 4 expert members here, the Eric Hubright, and then Gabriel Lanfranchi, and David English, and Francois Gued. I hope all are present here. Can you raise your hand, please? Who are turn on the video? Okay, David English. You are the first.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the speakers so far this morning for some very interesting presentations. It's a pleasure to see the Heritopolis project develop. And as someone who has undertaken the survey, I certainly found it was a helpful prompt to thought and reflection, and an important piece of work to help look over the horizon in the face of a period of significant change, be that climate or digital. There were a few points which resonated with me from the presentations this morning and came out a couple of times. The first in the presentation about Istanbul, talking about high-rise development and the regularization of informal settlements. And I questioned what is being lost with this type of change. Other presenters talked about standardization of new build and the pressures that are coming from business and the requirements of economic development. And that's certainly something which I recognize in my my professional work. So that's the risk, kind of standardization, homogenization, and thinking about what is being lost. We heard about the paradigm shift and the need for a new glossary. I thought that was an interesting way of approaching the problem. What new words do we need? And linking to that, what new approaches do we need? There was an emphasis on the need to strengthen inclusion and diversity. And the example from Seoul with the Seoul Future Heritage Programme, I thought was very interesting. Using community engagement, emphasizing community engagement, thinking about the sense of place and how that contributes to collective identity and to creating future creative activities. Not just having heritage for heritage's sake, but ensuring that it is embedded in sustainable development. So I think those were the things which resonated with me. Thank you again.
Thanks, David. Perfect timing. Now I'd like to move to the next, our expert, Eric. It's now your
turn. Thank you very much. It was a very impressive presentation for 6 cities this morning. I think we have two main culture in that presentation. There is the main one, the dominant one is the people from the conservation approach on the heritage. Most of the presentation are explaining their conservation system. It is based on the history of the city. They present Istanbul present the trajectoire of the macro form, or for example, Shanghai explain how they try to protect the history with the different elements like urban fabric, buildings, roads, channels, etc. So this is probably, we can consider a classical approach. And my question is how we can make this in relation with the metropolitan questions or metropolitan issue in our work. I was very impressed by the presentation done by Milan, because they reverse their approach. They begin by the metropolis and by the infrastructure, by the ecosystem, by the what makes the metropolis through the narratives. And in fact, when we speak on heritage, we speak on values. The first is the values, it's not conservation. And because the heritage, it is what is the most important for us. And so it is, conservation is a tool to preserve. It's a way to maintain something which we consider that is important, but it is only a tool. So the conservation is not the is not the heritage. The heritage is based on values. So what is interesting today, as it was said by several speakers, is that we're changing our values, or there is probably some common values that are expressed through the Sustainable Development Goals. This is a global values that we are sharing, all countries in the world. And so the idea to use or to confront these values and what is the heritage related to these values is something probably give more capacity to renew the approach on heritage. The second point is that I was very interested by me too and by the Seoul Future Heritage Program, because when we are building a new narrative for heritage, we can have a technocratic approach with different categories, with experts, but in fact the heritage is something which is that should be shared or should be built in a process with the different people living in the metropolis. And so here we are building, or Seoul is building, a new narrative on heritage, and probably this process is the way to is one way to renew the approach or the vision, or the to define new concepts or new artifacts, perhaps, regarding the heritage. I would like that all the research that are presented today and to continue afterwards to take the other side of the question. There is the heritage as it is defined through regulation, through laws, through categories. It is mainly based on the history, and there is the question of the metropolis. And our program try to not only to look at the relation between what we consider today as the heritage and the metropolis, but it is also how the metropolis should be considered as a heritage. And this changed completely the vision on the heritage. If we take this second option, the metropolis as a heritage, there is a strong reason that was expressed in the introduction. It is because the metropolis is our main feature of our global civilization worldwide. Today, more than 60% of the urban dwellers are living in metropolitan areas. This is the figures of UN Habitat. And so this is a fact from our civilization. So what is the legacy? What is the value of what we are producing today? And what we want to, how we can define this value? What is the most important things for us in the different cities regarding the metropolis? What is the narrative we have regarding the metropolis to be built, to define a kind of identity in the metropolis. And on this basis, we can question what is the heritage. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Eric, for your comment. And thanks for raising such a very basic questions to all of us. Now I'd like to invite Francois Gued. Are you here? Francois?
Hello.
Francois?
Yeah, yes, I am here.
Okay, now the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you first to invite me to this so different share of experience and also share of research and different presentation. It was a very stimulating exchange platform, and maybe the first time to have so different example to be present like that from Asia, from different continents. And I think this initiative needs to be a part of a common heritage too, because I was impressed first by the presentation by Mike, just to share what is heritage and what is waste, what is important just to identify as waste for the future. We always need to renew everything and to build again everything, and what we want really to let for the next generation. The second point, which I find very interesting, is we talk about metropolis, but also about different scale and the needs to work on different scale. And the third point, I think also very important, is the place of cartography. What we need to, as present by Milan teams, for instance, the cartography as a very interesting tool to share what we already have, what we want to discuss on, and what we want to do for the future. So there is already a lot of things which have been explained, and I just want to point these three aspects, these three issues, and want to say my best congratulations for all the presentation and the work to work all together this presentation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Francois. Finally, we have all presentations and comments. So now I think there is time to close the session 1. And then thanks for all participating 2-hour session. And then I like to actually want to take a short break. And how about 25, 30-minute break? So we resume our session 2 at 7 o'clock UTC. No, I mean 10 o'clock UTC and 7 o'clock local time, the Seoul time. So you have a half-hour break. Okay, enjoy your break time.
Great, thanks.
And then next session will be moderated by the Professor Dave Simon. So David, can you come to here 5 minutes earlier then?
Sure,
5
absolutely.
minutes earlier,
Yeah.
just to
Yeah.
make sure that everything works okay. Okay.
Absolutely. And could we
Okay.
ask the 6 presenters in the second session to try their best to keep to 10 minutes so that we have enough time for the substantive discussion at the end?
Yep, that's up to you.
Yeah, I know, but it's tricky online.
Okay,
Thanks.
let me take the video off just for a 30 minutes and resume our session again at 10 o'clock UPC. Thank you.
Thank you. introduced then the Our World Heritage. This is the next one to take. רוב הקצה, אז אם אתה תעשה שיקום לב רציני, אתה תחזור בדיוק כמו שהיית קודם עם... ייווצר עיר בגודל של מטרופוליס, כל שבועיים. זאת אומרת, הנושא של... Any problem?
빨리 빼고 가라고. 그것도 있고. 비누살 비료는 동영상 비료. 그래서 이제 그다음에 직접 PP가 아니라 비디오 리코디드 비디오를 우리가
Hi, Dave. How are you? Did you take enough break?
Yeah, fine.
Okay,
fine.
good. Good to hear. There is a little change because we didn't contact with the person representing the Barry, whose name is Lawrence Caudry de Lilly. She didn't contact yet. So maybe we need to skip for Paris case study.
Excuse me, Laurent is giving a lesson. He will be here at 11, so he will come very soon.
Oh, really? Good,
Yeah.
good to hear. And
Ah,
also
okay.
there are two persons representing the Buenos Aires and the Rio de Janeiro. They sent us a pre-recorded videos, video presentation.
Yes.
So, okay, that's you should
Perfect.
remember.
So should we put Paris a little bit later in the sequence to
Paris-
allow Laurent to catch up?
Probably that's better idea then.
Okay,
Maybe-
so if we
maybe
start
you-
with London, then we'll go to Adva for Tel Aviv and then see if Laurent is there and come back to Paris either third or fourth, depending
Yep.
on
It's
how
up
it
to you.
goes. Yeah,
Yeah.
And
Perfect.
Daniel from Rio, I think is with us, no?
No, I don't think so.
Daniel, if you are here, could you announce yourself
Eddie,
quickly?
Daniel sent a video clips. Okay. Daniel
Fine.
sent a video clips to us.
Ah, okay.
Good. So it's Buenos Aires and Rio de Janeiro with
Yeah.
videos, right?
Yep. Lucia
Perfect.
and Daniel sent
Yeah.
us video clips.
Okay,
Okay.
great. Fine. Thanks, Jay. And so welcome to session 2. We're continuing with the second set of 6 city profiles, if you like, for want of a better term. Each one, please, 10 minutes as far as possible. I haven't got anything specific to add now beyond that kind of continuity announcement. But as our commentators at the end of session 1 pointed out, there are a number of interesting themes that have already emerged. I've made notes also partly with the benefit of having seen the written text from most of the cities. There are a number of similarities and contrasts which we'll draw out both during the discussion at the end of the session, but also crucially in session 4 tomorrow, when we sort of sketch our trajectory forward over the next 6 to 12 months. So I'll keep those suggestions and comments for then. So let's start right away with London, and it's Clemency Gibbs from the Development Planning Unit at the Bartlett School in University College London. Over to you.
Thanks, David. Is the slide coming? Thank you. Hi, so I'm Clemency. I'm a final year PhD student at the Bartlett School of Architecture at UCL, and I'm the project representative for London. And this report is informed by interviews that were carried out with representatives from Historic England, which is the national advisory body for the historic environment, the Greater London Authority, which is the devolved regional government's body for the metropolis, and Save Britain's Heritage, which is an independent advocacy group for the protection of built heritage. And so before I begin, I'd just like to thank them for their time and insight over the last couple of months. And although time constraints today mean that I won't be able to cover all of the interesting points that were covered in these interviews, I'll try and outline the key issues. So if we could stay on this slide, please. So I'll start the report on London. Sorry, could you go back one, please? Back, thank you. I'll start the report on London by outlining the current heritage management framework. Most of London's heritage is managed through the planning system, which is predominantly plan-led as opposed to zoning, although this may change depending on the reforms included in the new planning bill expected at the end of this year. Three levels of governance are involved in the management of London's heritage: national planning policy, which is found in Planning Acts and the National Planning Policy Framework; regional policy found in the London Plan, which is issued by the Greater London Authority; and local policy, which includes conservation area appraisals and local development plans, which are compiled by each of the 35 London boroughs. Heritage management in London is undertaken by a relatively small number of people, and is done locally, mostly by local planning authorities rather than at the metropolitan level. Historic England serves as the national advisory body, as I've said, for heritage, and issues guidance documents that sit alongside policy. And third sector groups such as amenity societies and community interest groups also play an important role in campaigning and raising awareness around heritage issues. Next slide, please. The UK and London have a relatively sophisticated system for the protection of physical heritage assets. The UK has a listing system that began after the Second World War, and there are 3 grades of designation on this list: grade 1, 2-star, and 2. In London, there are more than 19,000 statutorily listed buildings. And for heritage assets that do not meet these national standards, there are 2 main mechanisms for protection: conservation areas, which offer area-based protection and are designated by the local planning authority, and locally listed structures, which often reflect the assets valued by communities. London has almost 1,000 conservation areas, and although I don't have a visual for the total area of the metropolis that these cover, in some boroughs, conservation areas make up to 50% of the land. Registered parks and gardens offer statutory protection, and the green belt around London, which is over 1 million acres, is also designated to prevent urban sprawl development into these green spaces. Planning applications that affect designated heritage assets, such as conservation areas and listed buildings, have to provide an assessment both of the significance of the heritage asset and the impact made by proposals on that significance. Non-designated heritage assets are also factored into local authorities' decision-making, but carry less weight. In London, the mayor has powers to call in development proposals and overrule the local planning authority, but currently heritage concerns are not a factor that can trigger such call-ins. Furthermore, the Mayor of London being a political post means that issues can arise in terms of continuation of objectives, since they're partly informed by the political position of the elected mayor. Next slide, please. The UK is largely aligned with international thinking on heritage management. So the listing system was introduced after World War II, area-based protection in 1967, soon after the Venice Charter, and the UN Sustainable Development Goals were incorporated into the National Planning Policy Framework earlier this year. But the UK diverges from international thinking in one key area, which is that of intangible heritage. The UK has not signed up for the 2003 convention, and intangible heritage is maintained and preserved by communities rather than through the planning system, with some funding available from the Arts Council and National Heritage Lottery Fund. To what extent these organisations would recognise the community activities and initiatives within their remit as encompassing intangible heritage, as opposed to the more generic banner of culture, is a question that will be explored during an interview with the Heritage Lottery Fund representative later this month. The economic, social and environmental benefits of heritage are recognised within national and regional planning policy in the UK, and heritage is contained within definitions of good growth and sustainable development in the London Plan. There is, however, greater scope for heritage's potential in this area to be acknowledged and explored. And whilst the social benefits that heritage can offer are broadly understood, heritage can also be a source of tension and conflict. And this brings me on to the next part of the presentation. So next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. Emerging and future trends. So the first of which is the re-evaluation of heritage and heritage values. Conversations about whom and what we memorialise and protect as heritage and why are taking place across the UK, and London is at the heart of these discussions. Work has been done in the past to try to address concerns about representation within heritage and reassessing existing narratives. And examples include the GLA's 2005 report entitled Delivering Shared Heritage, the Mayor's Commission on African and Asian Heritage. And the Commission for Diversity in the Public Realm is an ongoing project at regional governance level in London. But a lot of work remains to be done to cement these as core priorities within the existing framework of heritage management. These issues are deep-rooted, and recent global events, as well as more local campaigns, such as Save Brick Lane, have publicly brought to attention the fact that some of London's communities continue to feel overlooked, undervalued, and underrepresented. Next slide, please. Whilst the London Plan does allow some flexibility for community valued assets to be given protection, and local planning authorities have mechanisms such as local lists of heritage assets and the designation of conservation areas to offer greater reach, there are disagreements as to whether the existing planning framework, under which the majority of heritage is managed, is properly equipped to incorporate greater representation. Furthermore, the fact that intangible heritages are more difficult to incorporate into a system based on the planning of the physical environment means that those communities whose heritage is not necessarily attached to physical structures are less easily captured and protected within London's heritage management framework. Information technology presents some solutions in the form of open source data and crowdsourcing information on community valued assets, though concern has been raised as to the potential relegation of the expert's role if this is not properly managed. Next slide, please. The second main emerging trend is that of sustainability and climate change. Issues around these urgent concerns are being discussed within London's heritage discourse and management. Several London boroughs have declared climate emergencies and set net zero targets, but in the case of some of these boroughs, the rate of demolition within the area remains high. And since the planning system does not currently require applicants to measure embodied carbon, it's possible that this worrying contradiction could be allowed to continue. The reuse and adaptation of existing building stock is recognised as being fundamental to the UK and London rapidly reducing carbon emissions. There is a notable shift in the architectural projects lauded in the profession away from the monumental works of big-name starchitects, which have characterised the image of London since the 1980s, towards those that recycle and upgrade existing buildings. A possible future trend, therefore, could be the combining of heritage and carbon, so to consider carbon value as heritage value, or to recognise innovative new green technologies as heritage. Additionally, engagement with climate issues is a means of engaging younger audiences in heritage concerns, which will be crucial for the continued influence of the sector in the future. Next slide, please. London's green heritage is both an exciting opportunity and a practical conundrum. In 2019, London was named the world's first national park city, a status that has clear potential for the future enjoyment and safeguarding of the metropolis's green spaces and the multitude of activities associated with that. At present, privatised green spaces such as golf courses make up a proportion of the protected green belt. And these could be made public in the spirit of a more inclusive management of London's green heritage. The GLA is currently working on publishing a greenness index, which combines data in the green cover map of London with that of London's areas of deficiency in access to public open space. So that's one way that the problem is being addressed. How visions of London as a national park city are realised in conjunction with the huge housing growth targets that the GLA has set is, however, a pertinent question. Next slide, please. For climate sustainability and a more representative conception of heritage to be effectively implemented, and for heritage to play a role in this, collaboration will be required between different disciplines. In the case of climate, this would be heritage professionals and those with climate expertise. And in the case of representation and re-evaluating heritage values, this might require a more people-centered approach that combined community liaison with conservation at the local planning authority level in a more meaningful way. Historic buildings and historic places designed before the car could offer solutions to lower impact ways of living, not dissimilar to the 15-minute city model. But for heritage to truly be a vehicle for change, the sector needs to be more outward looking and engage with wider problems than just the protection of heritage buildings. Heritage can be a unifying topic around which people convene, but it also adds complexity. Alongside collaboration with other disciplines, therefore, a compelling vision is needed to encourage public and political buy-in to heritage's potential as a driver for future change. This does not currently exist in the context of London, but the metropolis is well placed in terms of politics, diverse demography, and financial capital to be at the centre of such change. Thank you.
Lovely. Thanks very much indeed, Clemency, and good timing as well. Laurent has now joined us, but as we agreed, we'll give him a few minutes to catch his breath. So we'll go to Adva Matar next from the Bezalel Academy of Art and Design in Jerusalem to report on her work on Tel Aviv in the Dan Metropole, and then we'll come to Laurent for Paris. Thanks.
David and everyone. While my slides are going up the screen, I just wanted to say that I'm very honored to have the opportunity to be part of this forum and this great workshop. I'm a PhD candidate in TU Delft and the Bezalel Academy in collaboration. And as David said, I will present today the case of the Tel Aviv Jaffa metropolis, named the Dan metropolis. Next slide, please. The origin of the heritage question in Israel's history has emanated from the discourse around antiquities. Nowadays, there are gaps between the management of antiquities heritage and heritage of modernism in Israel, as there is no clear continuation in the involvement and the history of these different layers of heritage. So the result is separate layers of phases of heritage. In the Tel Aviv, next slide, please. In the Tel Aviv case, there are two major layers of heritage that are identified with it, but also appear in other contexts in Israel: the Garden City and the Geddes Plan. Together, they construct the urban fabric of internal pocket gardens surrounded with residential buildings, which together create a block-based network with boulevards. Unlike other garden cities in the world, the special aspect regarding this layer of heritage is the infill of architecture, buildings in international style, identified with the modernist immigration of the 20th century to this country. Looking at the Dan metropolis and its heritage, therefore, we first refer to the modernist layer as its major aspect, due to the combination of attributes of the modernist urban planning and the architectural style. The contribution of that uniquely combined heritage is the result of urban quality that proves itself a long time. The city center of Tel Aviv and its fabric is successful and livable because it's based on housing. The Tel Avivian parcellation fits to housing and makes it difficult for planners to convert to other uses. This way, the housing typology continues to stay relevant and feasible in contemporary planning. The value of the modernist heritage in Tel Aviv changed in the last decades from an object-oriented emphasis towards a greater value and quality of the fabric. But there is no clear national conservation plan or policy in Israel. The national law of conservation puts a responsibility for conservation on local communities. So there is a gap between the general notion of what conservation heritage is and the responsibility for management and the inscription of buildings and objects, which is strictly given to local level. Therefore, there is no layer of consciousness of the object of the metropolis in the Israeli field whatsoever. Though there is no formal entity as metropolis for heritage, there is a formal entity for managing the metropolis de facto from the governmental point of view, which is the Regional Committee of Planning. The Dan metropolis includes about 10 cities. Each city proposes specific plans for itself, whether local or long strategic plans. There are some national bodies that deal with heritage, international NGOs and bodies as representatives, but they don't have authority for leading planning processes. They serve on promoting awareness only. So the regional bodies in Israel and the Dan metropolis specifically perform mainly as mediators between national and local levels, and they don't have their own agency regarding setting norms or policies. In addition, as every city in the metropolis would make its own policies regarding heritage, the result is segregated planning and management of heritage between cities and even between neighborhoods inside these cities. There is no exchange, relationship, or infrastructure to connect between conservation departments of the different cities in the metropolis. Although the heritage layer is indeed connected, as it derives from the same structure, concept of planning and evolution phase. Next slide, please. One of the major changes in the metropolis nowadays is the creation of the metro, the mass transportation system, which requires stronger spatial cooperation between cities. It's a potential actually for enlarging the cooperation around heritage with renovation of streets and fabrics, long-term interchange between areas and more. 10 years ago, when the plans for the receiving of mass transportation into the cities were in the making, some broad thinking was done around the public spaces along the metro network and the variety of communities who could use those places. Though this was an example of trying to combine the heritage layer with commerce, public space, and external facilities for masses of people from all over the metropolis and beyond. This experiment should be enlarged and extended to the whole metropolis area, not only at the core, and the metro's network is one of the potential infrastructures to use for that purpose. Another emerging trend relates to the open areas inside the Geddes blocks typology, which were used to be neglected and were not included in heritage listings. In recent years, they started to be included and therefore preserved and maintained in a proper way, where the awareness of the importance and inseparable role they play in the heritage fabric of the city. This realization that open areas are part of heritage in the Dan Metropolis case is a revelation really, and still is far from being obvious. Much of the recognition of these open spaces as heritage came from the communities themselves, as in a bottom-up local efforts. This shift indicates an evolution in the local discourse of heritage, which began only in the 80s. But there's another side to this issue. The Dan Metropolis is going through a huge pressure of development as the population of Israel doubles itself every 30 years. That means that the fabric that is currently structured of quite narrow streets and the parcellation in the older parts of the Geddes plan required now to inhabit double the population, which stresses both the parcel itself as well as the in-block greenery. As a result, the greenery in between blocks and within them is diminishing. Therefore, the whole original programmatic functioning of the Geddes plan changes. So preserving the Geddes fabric cannot be done fully while keeping the real worth of the fabric. The Geddes network and fabric actually are collapsing in the face of the urban densification. There is a chance to preserve these qualities in the bigger public spaces, but the small spaces are in a greater risk of loss. Next slide, please. Another challenge is the IT and the ability to create high quality databases around heritage, which has changed entirely the game for managing heritage in the Tel Aviv area, but also created a major problem around it, as the gap in technological abilities between Tel Aviv and other cities in the metropolis became an obstacle for general management in the regional or metropolitan level. There is no shared standard, shared system, nor common platform to work through for cooperation. So the current situation of segregation stays the same, in which every city in the metropolis operates by itself. The gaps are getting even bigger because of IT and smart data, while the physical fabric is continuous with no real boundary between cities. This holds back any attempt to gain a region perspective of heritage, and the narratives stay local and stuck, leading to false reading of the existing condition in which is and should be metropolitan in nature. Next slide, please. Now, for the first time in the planning history of Israel, strategic plans are being made for the metropolis. First, the strategic plan was made for the infrastructure. And from this plan, it became evident not only the extent to which the metropolis has been neglected, but also the huge gaps between the reality and the pressing needs of densification and population growth. Therefore, the strategic thinking now has been extended to housing, employment, etc. And the question of heritage should be one of the layers in the metropolitan strategic level of planning. Heritage is becoming an important factor in the economy of the city, and the aim now is to create a network of heritage nucleuses in the metropolis, surrounded by high-rise typologies, provided probably for various communities to benefit from it. There is a need to combine top-down and bottom-up efforts in order to define these nucleuses and their benefit, attributes, and values in a multi-metropolitan structure and later on get to the details of how they should operate, perform, and managed. Another future understanding of heritage should be the recognition of roads that connect the different cities in the metropolis. The infrastructure of the roads network could be valued as the new heritage of the metropolis. As the metropolis expands, most of the road network and the metro is no longer outside the heritage core, but rather a part of the connecting elements between heritage cores around the metropolis. Looking at the roads as a whole might reveal great aspects of heritage because they are metropolitan in nature, connecting the cities with open areas, the agricultural territories, Arab cities, Ottoman Khans, etc. History is actually evolving along those roads. As the metropolis goes through the process of questioning its very own structure because of the above-mentioned urban renewal processes, there's potential benefit in a change these processes will bring, such as with the Metro's project. The ability to take the various strategies in the metropolis and use them as an opportunity for metropolitan thinking and action is becoming more feasible thanks to it. Therefore, even though the notion of a multi-center metropolis started from the transportation needs and plans of the metro, it can evolve now into a higher understanding of the new metropolitan map that have been shaped, of a new network of heritage. In other words, looking at heritage in the metropolitan context will change the way we understand both heritage and the metropolis in the Done Metropolis case. Thank you very much. Thank you all for listening. My special thanks given to the interviewees who contributed to this survey, architects Daniela Posek and Dr. Jeremy Hoffman. Many thanks to the workshop organizing team, our forum, and my fellow AESIs.
Lovely. Thanks so much, Adva. And now we will go back to Paris as advertised. And Laurent Caudroy-Delive from the Urban Lab at Université de Paris-Est Créteil is with us, and over to you.
Yes, you understand me? Yes?
Yes,
It's
and I
okay?
can hear you very well too.
Thank you. Well, dear colleagues, it's a pleasure for me to integrate this network and this meeting with you. A few words about Paris like Eritopolis. The current situation is Paris has a very important protected heritage. And next slide, please. With monuments, museums, cultural institutions, urban quarters, landscapes, really a very, very important heritage. And historically, it's a very important state policy in France to protect with different manners this heritage. This material heritage, protection of historic centers and quarters, landscape, archaeology, natural sites like Versailles or the woods around Paris, the banks of the Seine. And it's not necessary to describe here all the regulation of this heritage. We don't forget the culture and the immaterial heritage with the cultural policies. And the crisis COVID clearly has revelated the role of the state to support theaters, cinema creations, art is a global policy. Symbolic and immaterial values are very important. So in relation with the French, France and the country, and of course the rest of Europe and the world. But we have in this metropolitan region, in the metropolis, a very, very big difference between the city of Paris intramuros with 2 million inhabitants, and the metropolitan territory, the banlieue with 10 millions. The distortion between the central port, Paris, and the peripheries is really extreme. It's a problem to integrate this protection of the heritage and the politic of the heritage in the urban policies. So next slide, please. We can describe three trends, actual trends, current trends, with economic trend. It's important to highlight the economic dimension of the heritage by the international attractivity, touristic activity, of course, and the reputation of Paris in the world. Really, it's important to legitimize them in urban policies in France, because the problem is establish a relation between the urban policies in the urban region and in France and the Paris like Heritopolis precisely. Territorial trends with the affirmation of local dimension of this heritage, the level of the municipal level, and the affirmation of the regional scale with the regional institution, the Île-de-France, the region of Paris. And there is now a definition, a process of definition of the scale of what could be regional heritage and not Parisian intramuros heritage. We could say that it is a competition between now a local and regional heritage in this new system and this new trend. And the third trend is a qualitative trend, is a diversification of the heritage with the contemporary architecture and the urban planning of the 20th century, the heritage of a social and political movements like the French Revolution, Paris Commune, wars and the tragedy of the past, First World War, Second World War, liberation of Paris, and the colonial history and or immigration heritage. The affirmation of this kind of heritage now is very important. Second, the slide, other slide, please. What about the future heritage and the future of the metropolis, Heritopolis? Heritage and the legacy issue are poorly integrated into metropolitan policies, and it's a very specific problem, I think, in the Paris metropolis now. So the Greater Paris project is changing the organization of the metropolis, extending the central mobility system in the suburbs. That will produce an accelerated densification and touristification, gentrification of the central area. And this is a very important changing trend in and the future of this Parisian region. The political discourse about heritage is ambiguous in France. Affirmation of attachment and local values, and the excessive quest of identity with potentiality, reactionary or nationalist orientation. And now the natural heritage of the Parisian region is becoming more important in the perceptions of heritage issues. Thank you for your attention.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Laurent, and perfect timekeeping. So thanks for that. We now go to two recorded presentations. Firstly, by Lucia Pesci from Buenos Aires, who is actually with us. Lucia, do you want to say a few words to introduce the video, or should we just start playing it?
Good morning or good afternoon. First of all, thank you for inviting me to participate in this meeting. It's an honor to me to be part of the Heritopolis project and share this presentation with you. As ESR of the Heritopolis project, I'm going to present the preliminary results of my surveys about the Buenos Aires metropolis seen through the lens of my thesis investigation. What is the relationship between heritage and the urban cultural landscape? How can the landscape contribute to sustainable metropolitan management? The concept of heritage has had a notable transformation over the last 6 decades. Conceived in principle to exclusively acknowledge the great masterpieces of architecture and urbanism, heritage today includes a wide range of goods and chattels that are testimonies of specific moments in the evolution of humankind and ways and means to perceive and materialize the environment in which human life develops. From this perspective, the concept of cultural landscapes becomes increasingly relevant due to its character not only as an articulator and backbone of society-nature relationships, but also as an expression of the heritage-territory relationship. Heritage landscapes are currently conceived as a system composed of natural and cultural, material and immaterial components that act as reference of the cultural identity of a given community. Thus conceived, the concepts of heritage, landscape, and spatial justice are intimately articulated. The urban landscape is an essential dimension of the quality of life in metropolises, and citizens have the right to a quality landscape. This is also expressed in the recommendation of the historic urban landscape approved in 2011 by UNESCO, understanding the urban area as the result of a historical stratification of cultural and natural values and attributes which transcend the notion of historic center to cover the context general urban and its geographical environment. In metropolises, we require an innovative conceptual and methodological approach to our heritage landscapes and promote a shift in focus from singular heritage to comprehensive categories, from heritage to heritage landscape. Therefore, recognizing through reading the landscape the patterns that give its identity, its DNA, is key to formulating sustainable urban management policies. That is the theme of my research and the challenge in my action projects. The landscape must be conceived as language, form and content, sign and signal, content and expression, aesthetics and ethics, as defined by Umberto Eco. As a text that can be constantly read, interpreted and rewritten like André Krauss-Bauer's palimpsest. The objective is to identify some keys to plan and manage it in a sustainable way. The methodological approach must always be multidimensional and multi-scale within the framework of a comprehensive, transdisciplinary and holistic approach. The objective should be to recognize in each landscape the patterns that give it character, its genius loci, in order to reproject it through preservation, conservation, recovery, regeneration, and/or innovation strategies as necessary, but always respecting its characteristic patterns. The case of the metropolitan area of Buenos Aires is really complex, and its approach represents a great challenge, not only conceptual, but also methodological. Its total area, population, density, etc., express its economic, social, and political importance for Argentina. The metropolitan area of Buenos Aires is made up of the city of Buenos Aires and 24 municipalities of the first and second corps. It has an area in square kilometers of 3,833 and a total population of 12,806,866 inhabitants. The metropolitan area of Buenos Aires is a very heterogeneous region where the sharpest extremes of poverty and wealth in Argentina are located. That is unemployment, marginalization, concentration of resources, informal employability, etc. A paradox if taken into account that this area generates almost half of Argentina's GDP, 48%. This area is divided into corps, which reflect a geographical continuity. The metropolitan region of Buenos Aires is made up of the city of Buenos Aires and the greater Buenos Aires and 16 other districts of the third corps, which includes the so-called Greater La Plata, that is the cities of La Plata, Berisso, and Ensenada. The amount of background research and projects in relation to city and its metropolitan area is innumerable, and its exhaustive analysis would deserve deeper investigation along the years, carried out by an interdisciplinary team. Within the framework of the Heritopolis project and as ESR, in order to begin to systematically understand these metropolis, I propose to carry out interviews via Zoom with decision makers and expert professionals and a survey via Google Forms to the same key social actors mentioned before, and many others linked to metropolitan management, heritage, landscape, tourism, and culture as fundamental dimensions. Of course, it has also been complemented with the compilation and analysis of the vast scientific production and secondary information about the metropolis of Buenos Aires, as well as the plans, programs, and projects implemented or not in the case of Buenos Aires. The results obtained so far will be presented synthetically as follows. The Google Forms survey has been answered by professionals representing important institutions such as the Center for the Conservation of Urban and Rural Heritage of UBA, the International Center for Heritage Conservation, the city government, Buenos Aires University, the National Commission of Monuments of Places and Historical Assets, the Council for Strategic Planning of the City of Buenos Aires, and the Tourism Board of the City of Buenos Aires. Consequently, although its results are approximate, it is considered a qualified and representative sample. The first question refers to the current situation of the heritage metropolis relationship in the metropolitan area, and the second question refers to the landscape metropolis relationship. In both, lack of management and loss of identity stand out as key concerns. The following word cloud expresses the importance of the concern about at the same time and concerned about at the same time of these important relationships. For its part, 66.7% of those interviewed consider that the heritage policies in the metropolis are weak. 25% think that they are absent, and 8.3% consider that they are very satisfactory. Contradictory responses may be due to different conceptualizations of heritage, which shows the importance of reflecting on and agreeing on its definition and scope among key actors and stakeholders. In relation to which heritage attributes are a priority for the governance of the metropolis of Buenos Aires, the importance of the intangible cultural heritage was highlighted in the first place, as well as the areas of heritage value. Education and awareness about heritage, management, and social participation in the public spaces continued in importance. The natural heritage and the articulation of key social actors were also highlighted, highly valued. Finally, it was asked what dimensions are fundamental to strengthen in the heritage policies for the next 30 years in the metropolis of Buenos Aires. The majority consider that the training of technical team is one of the greatest challenges, as well as deepening in heritage education. Inclusive social development, territorial planning, and environmental sustainability were also highlighted as essential. And for this, incorporating new heritage assets to the catalog, promoting participatory management, and stimulating new models of public-private metropolitan governance will be essential. As a thin synthesis of the interviews carried out, a SWOT analysis has been prepared. The main strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats are mentioned as follows. The strengths are heritage diversity and heterogeneity. Its most outstanding attributes are the public spaces, large urban operations and buildings that express the moment of the federalization and the capital of the Republic, but also the historic center, the neighborhoods, the traces of immigration, and the intangible cultural heritage. The existence of heritage archipelagos of diverse nature is recognized as an expression of different social, historical, cultural movements. Metropolitan urban identity multivariates, multi-determined, open. The heritage in the neighborhood is increasingly valued as a reference of identity. The use of new technologies is a trend and a great tool also to facilitate heritage education. Existence of metropolitan observatories and other academic entities concerned with the metropolitan area. Regarding the opportunities, we can mention the existence of various initiatives worldwide with renewed views on heritage and landscape, and committed to their sustainable management, OWH, Heritopolis, etc. Sustainability, resilience, and urban regeneration are objectives and strategies increasingly installed in the urban agenda. The role of social networks and the media is a great opportunity as a tool for information, education, and heritage awareness. Growth of bottom-up strategies, the impact of COVID-19 and the post-pandemic crisis require rethinking cities and heritage. A growing public-private articulation and the recognition of tourism as a development opportunity. The weaknesses are a lack of common and renewed conceptualization of the concept of heritage, a fragmentary, punctual, and even disjointed policies, a still weak incorporation of landscape in public policies, minimum budgets assigned to the heritage issue, obsolete or contradictory building codes and land uses with the conservation of heritage and landscape, a lack of interjurisdictional and intersectoral coordination, obsolete, scarce, and or inadequate legal regulatory instruments for the protection and conservation of heritage from a comprehensive perspective. Until now, there is no research of the metropolitan heritage from a comprehensive perspective. There is a lack or weak training of decision makers and even metropolitan growth in economic and social terms. And finally, in relation to threats, we can mention a danger of gentrification or abandonment of the historic center of Buenos Aires as an impact of the post-pandemic and the change in the logic of use, production, and urban mobility, the strong impact of the and dynamics of the real estate markets. The concern for the future can lead to over-regulation and freezing of the past and make the city lose sight of all its complexity and dynamics. A deep conflict between the vision of heritage as a quality of life and the vision of heritage as the conservation of isolated assets. Finally, the word cloud that emerges from all the interviews carried out is very interesting and eloquent of the challenges we face in the future. And the keyword relationship map also demonstrates the complexity of the challenges of the metropolitan heritage of Buenos Aires for the next 30 years, but also establishes some clear strategies coinciding with the recommendation of the historic urban landscape and with other relevant global conventions and agendas for the metropolis and heritage projects. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thanks very much. And as I mentioned, Lucia is here, so can contribute later on in discussion if we or she would like that. So now we go to our second recording, which is of Rio de Janeiro, and it's a presentation by Daniel Acias de Almeida from the Universidad Federal, the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. And again, he is present, so can contribute later in the discussion. Okay, thanks.
Hello, everyone. My name is Daniel Acias de Almeida, and I'll be presenting today some of the heritage of the metropolitan area of Rio de Janeiro through this group called Heritopolis. I am a PhD student from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. And first of all, I would like to appreciate the opportunity to be joining this conversation today. I'll share my content in a few seconds. So, as you can see, this is the metropolitan area of Rio de Janeiro. It's this area that surrounds the Guanabara Bay here in the center, and is divided into 22 different municipalities. As you can see in this other map, we can see the occupation process through the territory. In lighter color, lighter orange, you can see here, this is the older occupation of Rio and also Niterói, whereas most of the historical sites. But also we have older occupation in other areas here. But as you can see, the expansion, the urban expansion goes through some axes. Most of them are suburban rails, but also we have important highways and infrastructure hubs that help develop the shape that metropolis is found today. Some other important information about that is in the northern part of the territory, we have a huge massif of mountains called Serra dos Órgãos, and is where is located most of the conservation area of the metropolitan area. We have some other pockets of conservation units throughout the territory, as you can see here, with Tijuca National Park and also with Pedra Branca State Park. And as we can see through this map, we have some other pockets of conservation areas, such as this Estação Estadual da Guanabara, which is a conservation area of mangroves. Since this territory is a very complex yet super interesting composition in between sea, mountains, and 500 years of occupation. Well, another important aspect is the social inequality that we have here through this territory. The southern tip here is where is located most of the services and where is the most privileged area, since is near to the coast, to the Atlantic coast, and also because it's closer to Rio downtown, where most of the institutes are located. In the outskirts of the metropolitan area, we can notice a different kind of occupation, mostly working class communities with less services provided, and also with a different kind of scenery, mostly industrial, and with a lack of many things. And also it's closer to this important conservation areas that I showed you before. So what is the heritage of Rio de Janeiro? How can we define that? Well, first of all, only in the city of Rio de Janeiro, which is inside the Rio metropolitan area, we have 3 World Heritage Sites. Also, the population of this metropolitan area is of something around 13 million inhabitants. And as I showed you before, the population is spread out between some different areas, what we call Baixada, which is equivalent to lowlands because it's a lower area, Serra Fluminense, which is the mountain range that I showed you before, Leste Fluminense, which is the east side of Rio de Janeiro, where Niterói and other important cities are located, and the capital of Rio de Janeiro state. Here we can see in closer detail where are located the 3 world the 3 world historical sites. The first one, it was the Carioca landscapes, which is basically the core of the city of Rio de Janeiro, where we can see the combination between the mountains and how this metropolis was developed, and also how this landscape influenced the culture, the surrounding culture that we can identify in this area. That's why it's a cultural landscape by UNESCO, by the UN definitions. Here we have the Valongo Wharf, and it's very important because it's closely related to where the enslaved people arrived throughout the centuries. And it's an important landmark of a very sad part of our story, but also a very important one, since a large portion of our population are of descendants of enslaved people. And the third one is Sítio Burle Marx, located in the western zone of Rio de Janeiro, and also a very important site since it was the residence of this important landscape architecture, and it was an open lab of experimentation and with different kinds of of plants displayed in a very interesting way. So here we have most of our challenges on heritage of the metropolis. The first one is, how can we think about the preservation of intangible heritage in a world that is constantly changing, and we are exposed to different cultures and everything is very fast-paced. Other things about preservation of natural heritage, not only because of global warming, that is international hazards, we have different kinds of hazards, such as the expansion of the urban tissue, and also land contamination, water contamination, and also air contamination. We need to rethink the way that we live in this territory. Also, we need to think about the social disparities, since there is a huge gap between the opportunities of different groups of people throughout this territory. We need to think also about the lack of integration between the governance levels in between the different cities that compose this metropolitan area. They don't communicate between each other, and that's a huge problem because we don't have a systematic view of the metropolis. And also we have this problem of lack of representativity of the recognized heritage, since there are many groups that are underrepresented throughout the territory, mostly the quilombolas, but also many traditional communities, Afro-Brazilians, and people that live in favelas, people that are with worse social conditions. And also we have to think about the educational heritage programs. We have to integrate education with heritage and also with the environment, since we need to think in a more integrated way. And also we need to integrate the cultural heritage and the economy and think in an integrated solution for our problems, instead of thinking on profit as is usually our currently situation. And to show up some synthesis of what I capture from this study is that the current situation here in Rio, it's a multi-layered metropolis with a very dynamic cultural expressions, as we can see throughout carnival and samba, but also throughout music, art, architecture. It's all very clear for us that Rio is a very diverse city, but we have a lot of fragmented governance and social, political, and environmental challenges. And about the emerging trends, we need to embrace environment and cultural heritage and promote bottom-up solutions, articulating education with heritage, with local traditions and environment, and have an integrated solution for the future. And for the future heritage or the future metropolis, of course, we need to embrace green economies, invest on local culture, history, and heritage in order to preserve the city's identity, since we are in a very fast-paced movement and everything changes so quickly, and we are in an interconnected, globalized world. We need to find out where we are in this world and how to embrace our local culture. To understand this scenario, I interviewed 3 different persons. The first one is Kirsi. She's an NGO representative and also works in the city hall of Magé, one of those cities. And her view was a more activist view of this scenery, but also showing huge concerns on race, on gender, and also with the unprivileged groups. In the other interview with Vera, she's from the academy. She's also from Federal University. She's my supervisor. And her point of view was a more direct one, a technical point of view, showing concerns about how we can think in a more collective way and also embracing social participation in public policy. And the third one was Eliana Miranda. She used to work at IFAM, which is the National Heritage Institute, and she's currently working at the Ministério Público, which are the public attorneys in the field of heritage. And her point of view is we need to embrace the environment, we need to think collectively, and we need to bring the community into decision-making. The final considerations of this study is that we need to understand the sense of place and reinforce the local identity in order to preserve all the heritage that characterizes the metropolis. Well, thank you very much.
Great.
And that's it.
Super. Thank you, Daniel. And apologies if I misintroduced you, because I was sure that we had a pre-recorded presentation. So otherwise I would have said that you're going to present live, but thanks for doing it so well anyhow. Our final case study this morning, or for some this afternoon or evening, is New York. And we welcome Moses Gates from the Regional Plan Association in New York. Over to you, Moses.
Thanks so much. I am not quite sure if it's night or morning over here right now at the moment, but it's been fascinating to listen to all of the presentations through the night. My name is Moses Gates. I work for Regional Plan Association, which is a nonprofit civic organization. We're celebrating our 100th anniversary next year. Next slide. Next slide, please. So in New York City, we also have a governmental structure of essentially physical preservation. We have 110 scenic landmarks. We have 152 historic districts. We have almost 1,500 individual landmarks. We have only one World Heritage Site here in New York, which is the Statue of Liberty. But in this, in Heritopolis and in this particular project, I wanted to dig a little deeper into kind of the non-physical, non-planning realm and talk a little bit more about what I think a previous presenter had kind of termed intangible heritage and what preserves it. Next slide, please. So there's really three things. And the first is that all heritage really stems from people and from dedicated people. And I'm gonna try to take you a little bit through some of the wonderful, heritage of New York City as we go through this presentation. You have on the left, Big Pun, a rapper from the Bronx, Sylvia Rivera, who kicked off the Stonewall riots, Hattie Carthen, who was a community activist and gardener in central Brooklyn. And they're all people who created and participated in heritage. But the reason why you see these three images is also the result of people dedicated to preserving that heritage. Whether it's the muralist who has been doing a different mural every year for 20 years in the South Bronx of Big Pun, or the community members who advocated for Sylvia Rivera to have a street named after her, or the neighborhood residents who remember Hattie Carthen through her now institutionalized community garden. So I want to make that point that heritage really is people and individuals. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. The second thing that really helps preserve heritage, at least here in New York, is ownership of place. And I want to stress that this is very, very different from governmental intervention in preservation, which most of the other cities have touched on. Governmental intervention like landmarking helps preserve the physical in New York, but it does not help preserve what I would call the heritage. And I want to contrast these three images. In the middle, you have Central Park, probably one of our biggest heritage points in New York City, a scenic landmark. But it's preserved not because of the regulation, but because of the ownership, because it's municipal land, because it's city owned. It's been able to resist the real estate pressures that you can see literally go right up to its borders on all sides. There was an appraisal, kind of a little bit tongue-in-cheek, done of Central Park about 10 years ago that found it would be worth almost $600 million if it were allowed to be developable land. But it doesn't have to be just public ownership. On the left, you have our oldest ethnic neighborhood in New York, Chinatown, which for almost 200 years has managed to preserve its heritage because the community owns the buildings, owns the businesses, owns the land. That's very different from the image on the right. And I want to highlight this. This is a newly created historic district called the Tin Pan Alley Historic District. Tin Pan Alley was the center of the music publishing industry in New York City about 100 years ago. But you can see that this landmarking has done nothing to preserve the heritage of music publishing. You know, you have a fashion store, you have nothing about the current buildings that, you know, ever indicate that it was part of a music publishing business in history, much less have any kind of active uses preserving that heritage today. Next slide, please. And then the final thing that really preserves heritage in New York is institutionalizing yearly traditions. You know, whether that is our dozens of parades. On the left is one of my favorites, the Panamanian Day Parade, which is a small parade in a central Brooklyn neighborhood, a neighborhood that's no longer Panamanian. But yet the yearly parade tradition has kept that heritage alive, and people come from all over the Eastern Seaboard for this parade. And if you're, you know, if you're ever in New York, you will always have the chance to go to a parade. You know, they're very ubiquitous, and each one is very unique and preserves not just ethnic history, but a lot of other traditions as well. There's some newer traditions, the Coney Island hot dog eating contest, or the annual amateur basketball tournament in Rucker Park up in Harlem, that also kind of started as a little bit more sporadic and informal, but once they became yearly traditions, that is what really institutionalized the preservation of this particular heritage. Next slide, please. So what role can government really play? And this is the biggest question I think we've all been asking ourselves and exploring in the Heritopolis project. You know, parades, you have to get a permit from the police department, but there's no, you know, New York City Department of Parades that makes a schedule and institutionalizes it. There's no New York City department that, you know, oversees and institutionalizes ethnic neighborhoods or any of the other things that we really think of heritage and what makes New York, New York. So what role does government play? Government is very good at the high culture and the large things. This is Lincoln Center, redeveloped by Robert Moses in the 1960s, home to the opera, the Philharmonic. This is the kind of thing that in New York City, you know, the type of heritage government is best at preserving. Things that are more well-funded, more highbrow, and more kind of ubiquitous to the city overall in terms of its attraction. Think of, for instance, another example would be Broadway, where the landmarking process was actually able to preserve the theaters and the uses and the heritage of Broadway. Next slide. But more often, government is a barrier. And I very much want to make this point in New York City. The Museum of New York, the Museum of the City of New York did a really interesting project where they asked 12 different noteworthy New Yorkers what makes New York, New York, and just got kind of a free-flowing answer from all of them. And I would posit that this is what heritage is it's what makes a city, and what makes New York, New York. Those answers I would call our heritage. And there are a lot of answers, mostly about the diversity and the people from all around the world in New York. But I want you to read all of these quotes, things like you can hear live music until 6 in the morning. A lot of my icons, such as Basquiat, inspired me. These are all things, and almost every one of the respondents mentioned something like this. These are all things that the government has actively tried to destroy in New York City and has actively tried to prohibit. You know, hip hop culture, when it started, was not well received by the city of New York. Basquiat got his start as an illegal graffiti artist. The cabaret laws prevented hearing live music until 6 in the morning for much of New York City's history. And it's not just New York City. You know, when you see things like there's kids with 2 moms, kids with 2 dads, or when you get on the subway, you see people from all over the world. You know, our country has prohibited this also. We haven't been receptive to families with 2 moms and 2 dads until, you know, arguably very recently. And we have a very sporadic history with welcoming immigrants in this city. And yet all of these things are things that have been embraced by the larger populace, not because of government, but despite government. Next slide, please. And that is really the point I want to make, is that heritage is largely informal. You know, here are 7 examples of very, I'll call it New Yorky things that kind of make New York, New York. I'll go kind of from left to right across the top. You have kind of community gardens and what's called casitas, which is kind of, it's hard to explain, a little bit of gardens, clubhouses on vacant land that the Puerto Rican community, especially in the Bronx, developed. You have stickball, you have the street vending traditions of the Lower East Side, you have an impromptu memorial for victims of September 11th. And then on the bottom, you have, you know, graffiti, which is probably, you know, one of the heritage aspects in New York City is most famous for. That's also the most ill-received by the city. You have subway busking, and you have bike messengers and bike racing. You can see they're going the wrong way up the street. You know, all of these things in each of these pictures are blatantly illegal. I want to stress that they are against the law, every single one of these. And yeah, next slide, please. You know, the heritage is informal and illegal until it isn't. And each one of these things have caught on, been well received, and been institutionalized. You know, casitas and community gardens have received official sanction. You have a stickball court in the South Bronx. You have Essex Street Market. This is the second one. The original one was developed during the Great Depression to give pushcart vendors an indoor place and kind of make it nicer and a little more regulated. You have, you know, wonderful 9/11 mural. You have wonderful official graffiti murals, official subway buskers, official bike lanes. Next slide, please. And so there's really 2 directions heritage preservation goes. You know, you have creators, artists, neighborhood institutions, local communities. If that type of heritage gets validated, by tourists, tourists who see it, patrons who fund it, journalists who write about it. You know, and you can think of a million different examples of kind of informal heritage and culture in New York that has become validated through tourism, journalism, and patrons, you know, graffiti, restaurants, ethnic neighborhoods, what have you. From those validations, you get institutional preservers. Government gets involved, large NGOs start to fund it, academics like us start to talk about it. But it's important to note that both these kind of things that do get validated and also the ones that don't have a network of informal preservers still. The most notable of which is just young people and young people of the same culture who kind of keep it going. Next slide, please. So that was a little bit less physical planning oriented than I'm used to doing. And then I think that, you know, many of the other presentations focused on, but yet that aspect of government that we're all struggling with, I do think we need to start by before even doing an overview of the governmental systems, take stock of the informality of heritage and ask the question of when does government help and when does government really stand in the way? Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Very clear illustrations as well, which are very, very helpful. So that concludes the second set of 6 city presentations. And we transition now to a discussion and some conclusions from the case studies. And we have a wonderful panel to lead that, guiding lights of this Heritopolis venture, if you like. Antonella Konting, Klaus-Peter Echter, Yin Jing, and Eric Heubrechts. And we'll focus it around the 2 themes of the metropolitan heritage approach and metropolitan typologies. So over to the panel, and I suggest that we take the introductory remarks in the order that I introduced you. So Antonella, if you'd like to start us off, that would be great.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, and thank you very much for this introduction and this day, super intense. Only 3 first statement. What I think that we are looking for is a way to structure the thought when asking what metropolitan heritage is. Until now, the metropolitan city seems to me only a governance technical issue. So the fact that to introduce the heritage into the discourse is super important because, first of all, return back to that point, allow us to understand which is the deep structuring the resilient territory. As the responsible of UNESCO this morning said, to establish the life of inhabitants as a foundation, that is my point, of a cosmopolitan democracy. And also when we speak about heritage, we are speaking about a discourse that is related to a deep thought regarding what does it mean a possible connection between agriculture, so the human time, the time of the nature, and also the social time. As in some of the presentation of this afternoon, we can notice. We said that we need a narrative, in particular regarding the linkage urban-rural, that is a new hybrid interface metropolitan territory. And what we are looking for is not only for the elements that are permanent, but for the element that allow us to produce durable relationship between people and physical places and nature, and that it was since the time of the Garden of Babylon, try to provide for nomadic people. Today we can speak about immigrant, a place, a good habitat where they should regenerate the rhythm of the vegetation. So I really would like to start with Clemency and London, because she introduced the topic of not design asset of heritage value. And for me, that topic is super connected with something that Moses said about New York. So heritage informal and the need for a network of informal preservator, and he quotes the young generation now among the creators, validator, and informal preserver that probably don't have the same question and answer of the government. So I also quote something that was introduced by Clemency, a problem of politic, a generative politic that is a political issue. To be able to implement this new kind of protector that should also dialogue with the informality. And I think that Clemency also introduced with her point why we have to conserve. It's not a matter of money, it's a matter of awareness. Introduce also the problem of heritage and conflict that, from my point of view, is very present in the key study of Buenos Aires and in the key study of Rio de Janeiro, when it's clear that the city is occupying the places for the resources, the natural resources. So this loss of social and spatial justice due to the accessibility of resources will generate in our metropole conflicts. So for me, the problem is Tel Aviv spoke about the difference between the metropolis of the authority, the metropole de facto, and the real metropole. That and the way in which the governance right now define this approach in silos, only thinking about the function of the city, the way of the city work. And she quoted the problem of data governance. Who will provide the data? And are good data the data that we use? And Perry's approach, for me, is very close to something that Michael Cohen suggests me. So for Michael Cohen, heritage for the metropole should ask for an answer regarding, is it possible that metropolitan heritage should face gentrification? That is a good point, because we return back to the idea, what does it mean, identity? In Buenos Aires, we spoke about identity, and we return back to that idea of genius loci. That for me is quite tricky, because we have to produce spaces where multiple citizenship should find a sort of feeling of advocacy. That means a free and safe place. What does it mean, identity? And is it possible that as identity should produce conflict? So I think that in a lot of proposal, in the Daniel Rio de Janeiro proposal in particular, you remark the problem of a city, a metropolitan city, that in the new dimension of the Latin America continent, but also Far East, must introduce the topic of biodiversity. Where is the point, the place for biodiversity that in the past, and we return back to the idea of why it's so important, return back to the past. In the past, it was an agreement, it was a pact between the nature, the time of the nature, and the social time. And because it was an agreement regarding, as Daniel said, the way of living. So an agreement between society and the four elements: wind, earth, fire, and water. Water, that is also the need of an education, the SDGs 4 that Daniel remarked, and Moses that returned back to that idea of a cultural resistance. That is the main value of the metropolitan heritage that I would like to return back to our Italian culture, that is the idea that the city has a soul, as Sant'Agostino said, and right now is we have to underline that is a cultural soul that people must produce to react to the desertification and the loss of resources, values. Return back to Eric's idea of the need to recode the value. So first of all, we have to recognize which were the value of the resistance, which was the value of the resilience of the territory in the past, that today probably we have to recode. And again, that idea of celebration that Moses, the need of celebration, the need of inhabit that allow people again to stay together and produce this movement of soul that allow people to understand the need for metropolitan architecture project as a way that, as in the past, work of man was able to produce this pact. Is it possible that the new metropolitan project should produce again this pact? I don't know. I think that that is the reason of our tool, of our cartography, not only to study the impact, because algorithms right now should allow us to study the impact, but to produce new prototype that, as Eric said, new prototype of a new built fountains, new prototype of land uses pattern, because that will be the heritage for next generation. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much indeed. Very provocative, and I know we'll come back to those ideas in a few moments. So, Klaus-Peter, over to you.
How many minutes do I have?
Well, 5 or 6.
Five or six, okay. Okay. Well, I'm the immediate past president of the ICOMOS Scientific Committee on Historic Cities, Towns and Villages. And I think in the morning, we were listening to some remarks of Eric Heubrechts, and I think they were really important for me. He said we need a new narrative of heritage, and heritage is based now on values, and the values change. And then he said we have to renew the narrative of heritage. And finally, he told us about two aspects: heritage and the metropolis, but also metropolis as heritage. I think this is really interesting. And when I listen to the reports of our people, I think I saw that the issue of heritage in the metropolis is very different. And I think some metropolis are more advanced than others. For example, when I listened to the report of Moscow, I thought heritage there is not as far as in other European states, I guess. And I think for me important is, of course, the theory of metropolitan heritage. And I listened to the reports, and in Tel Aviv, I saw that there's no layer of consciousness of the object of a metropolis. There is no entity of metropolis in the heritage aspect. In the Paris summary, I saw there are some useful contents and insights for considering the metropolis as a heritage, contemporary architecture and urban planning. So 20th century is really important. And I think this was in many reports. The natural heritage plays an important role for the metropolitan scale. This implies identifying what constitutes the metropolis, what makes up the nature of the metropolis, what makes sense in terms of metropolitan identity, what constitutes the cultural values of the metropolis. While debates do take place on metropolitan identity, it is not the subject of a specific policy at the level of the region or the metropolitan area. More questions than answers. But in all reports, I knew that the concept of heritage begins to gradually expand, even in these cities or in metropole, where the heritage is not as advanced as in others. I think very important is the contested heritage approach. We knew in Moscow the contested heritage of the Soviet period, and also in other cities. David, you once said that crucial in many metropolitan areas is the challenge of addressing areas with diverse histories and conflict, and how the metropoli are seeking to embrace conflict-laden and conflict heritage. I think we saw this in many reports, and even the report of New York was also a little bit like this, because he spoke about the informal heritage, which will become a heritage, and I think this is not without conflicts. And then what makes metropolitan heritage? It is necessary to think of informal cities from this perspective. The hyper-planning of the web's real-time communication system and transport infrastructure networks need to be reconsidered. In Tel Aviv, we knew that the roads are the new heritage of the metropolis. So this is one answer. What makes heritage in the, or what is the heritage of the metropolis? And it is interesting to analyze components of the metropolitan scale and its heritage today. One of the main characteristics is its complexity and its speed of transformation. The metropolitan urban fabric can be read not only in terms of density, but also of grain, describing the mix of uses in every area, or describing the city as a set of dynamic patchworks at varying measurement intensity, held together by eminent points and the junctions of the green-gray infrastructure. The metropoli are different, I said, and not all of them are of the same awareness and agenda. Thank you.
Perfect and suitably provocative. And again, we'll pick those themes up afterwards and certainly again tomorrow. Great. Ying-Jin, please, over to you.
Thanks so much, David. You can hear me, right? So, yeah,
loud and clear.
Yeah.
At least in London. I don't know about further afield.
Right, and great presentations and really inspirational points from Antonella and also from Klaus. And I was thinking that given that we now have a great international group, it is important to think about how we might learn lessons from each other, so that stories from individual cities could become basically stories of the world. And I probably talk about one suggestion, which is against the background that in the past that we have always been taught that the axiom of conservation and development is that cities will be growing. Usually those are the cities where have the greatest problems, because development tends to be probably the greatest force of destruction and kind of heritage loss, both tangible and intangible. Now, that actually has changed, because it looks that metropolitan areas have been a really very, very important force to stabilize the population. In some cases, it also caused population loss, which I think is harmful. So given that the population of the whole world, according to the UN Habitat data, is showing a very strong degree of stabilization. And what we should do is to see which cities are still growing and which cities have actually stabilized themselves successfully in terms of population, and which are the shrinking cities. In my view, in the future, probably in 20 years' time, the cities that have suffered from heritage loss probably will come primarily from the shrinking cities rather than the expanding cities, but we don't know. So what I would suggest that is what we could consider more systematic analysis, looking at typologies of cities, and perhaps through that lens to enable colleagues actually to establish new narratives of discussions. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. And finally then, Eric Heubrecht.
Yes, I think when Moses says this word, what makes New York, New York? This is the key question for heritage. So what makes the city, the city? What makes it different than the others? So it is something we can find similar with Buenos Aires when they speak about the DNA of the metropolis, or the pattern of the metropolis. But the approach was different from New York and Buenos Aires, because New York was more focused on informalities and culture, and Buenos Aires was more, more based on the more classical physical environment, but not only. There was interesting elements coming from different cities, including Tel Aviv, when they speak about the structure of the metropolis with the metro line or the road network. What is the artifacts that makes the metropolis? What is the structure of the metropolis? But probably we should go further and think the metropolis is not only an artifact. It is a node in the system, and so we can consider the metropolis is not a territory. So it's very difficult to say where's the limit of the metropolis, because it's changing from time to time, from day to day. And during the COVID crisis, most of them at the same time was reduced from mobility, daily mobility, and extend with the e-working. So it's very difficult to say where's the limit for the territory of the metropolis. So the most interesting thing in the metropolis is it is a node, and there is some artifacts that represent this node. So perhaps we should work on the structure or the ecosystem, like in Milano, but also on the other artifacts or other elements that represent the metropolis. But it's not only material, it's also what was presented in New York. What makes New York, New York, it is also the culture. Like in Paris, it is also the culture. So these two cities are focusing more on the, can say the creative economy, but it's not only the formal creative economy, it is the informal creative economy. That is important. So it's interesting also to see new metropolitan institutions like in Rio de Janeiro, which is quite new, no more than 5 years, I think. And so there is a political and institutional process to build the metropolis. Well, there is already a lot of things that create the image of Rio de Janeiro with the landscape, incredible landscape, and the historical heritage. And so this it will be interesting to have a discussion between how this political and institutional process is using or not the other elements that makes the image of the metropolis as an heritage. So the other point I would like to insist on one thing is that, as I said before, our values are changing due to large transition we are facing today: climate change, biodiversity collapse, digitalization of behavior, we can say, not only economy and other things. And but when we think about I would like to go further on the policies applied on the metropolis. Today, the approach in planning is really different than the approach that we had 20 years ago or 30 years ago. Before, we tried to increase speed in cities and to make possible to go everywhere as soon as possible. And today we change. We want to limit the expansion of cities, and we are looking for urban renewal better than urban extension. And so this changed a lot of things. So because we're not looking for we're looking for upgrading, we're looking for enhancing the metropolis, the physical environment, and to make it, it cannot be made only by densification. We know that we should have, and the COVID crisis show us that we need to have more open spaces, more green spaces, etc. Climate change imposes to have more nature in cities. And if we consider that the metropolis is by nature a mix of culture and nature, because it's the metropolis influence includes natural, agricultural, and urban areas. The challenge of climate change imposes to put more nature in cities, and in fact, now we see in the new actions and new policies that we are applying in the metropolis, we are using more and more nature-based solutions because it is less expensive, but also because it is crucial to reduce the temperature when we have heat waves, and to reduce flooding in cities. And so this give more value in the city, more quality of life. So we can consider that when we increase the value of the metropolis, we have something like a policy that is a kind of patrimonialization of the metropolis itself. Perhaps we can extend our approach or our field of analysis or on policies applied on the metropolis, and to see how this increase of value of the metropolis can be included in the heritage process. The last point I want to say is it was Yeah, just one thing. London was very impressive when they showed their national urban park. This shows that at the scale of the metropolis, there is the volunteer to mix culture and nature, and so this is really a very important point to have in mind. The last point is, it was said in Buenos Aires, I think, there is a lack of metropolitan heritage research. I say, of course, because we are the first to do that now. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much indeed. Lots of interesting perspectives. We need time to digest them. And of course, tomorrow in the breakout groups, which are thematically organized, gives us a really good opportunity to do that in a slightly smaller forum than a plenary like this. But we still have some time. So I'd like to open it up for discussion or interventions by people who haven't yet spoken, or indeed by the case study presenters with reflections, having heard the other presentations as well as the comments on it or on them. So if you can just raise your hand if you would like to ask something. Sure, go ahead.
Is not asking, just comment. My name is Duwon Jo from the Republic of Korea. So I'm currently a board member of ECOMOS Korea, and also I'm serving as a Secretary General of EcoFort. So I would like to thank you to all presenters and some meaningful presentation. So especially I would like to citations from the Russian expert, the case of Moscow case studies. Firstly, Moscow is now considering, and also on the other hand, 2019 SDGs are considered in metropolitan agenda, mostly in providing smart solutions, social housing, and transport infrastructure. So furthermore, natural heritage is not forgotten. Natural heritage in metropolitan area is strongly protected and locally utilized as recreation facilities. So eco and biodiversity resources, finally, they are making effort to develop understanding metropolis as a system of cultural landscape. So it means all comprising components from the beginning to the end of the metropolis is carefully considered. So I think this current situation in Moscow is quite well planned, and hopefully it is to implement in right manners. Now, I would like to in view of metropolitan heritage approach, so in details, each heritage component in metropolis is reflecting each value. So heritage cannot stand alone, and heritage is all integrated with other associated components, such as contemporary architecture and urban planning, and also its setting. So to raise awareness on heritage conservation in sustainable manner, firstly, it is necessary the heritage value should be explained and defined. And secondly, how to conserve heritage is comprising component. Is there any conservation guideline and principles how in order to conserve heritage? Thirdly, who is actor or manager to conserve heritage? Is there any regulated or acknowledged training programs and capacity buildings for them? It should be strongly considered to find a solution at the municipal level or at the national levels. So at first, all information on these whole activities on heritage studies or heritage conservation and capacity buildings is to open to the public in various communicative ways. And lastly, who can get benefit through this conservation process? As we know well, local, national, and regional or the international communities can get benefit by reuse and rehabilitations of heritage. Again, thank you for giving this opportunity and wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You may not all be able to see it, so let me just read out the comment that Fabio Grementieri has put into the Q&A box, echoing, in fact, some of the other commentaries we've just heard. One of the most important historic metropolitan heritages is vitality, heterogeneity, and creativity. And nowadays, they depend very much on intangible heritage, which is also very threatened by institutionalization. It's the same problem, really, as the gentrification and what he calls Disneylandization of tangible heritage, indeed. And we'll come back to that. Mike Turner, you've got your hand up. Do you want to come in, please?
Yeah, thank you. The presentations raised such exciting ideas, and I think that I'd almost like to cherry pick some of them and put them all together. I think that without going into priorities, but the idea of heterogeneity is very important, but it's allowing also conflict, and perhaps we'd spoken about previously about counter mapping and exactly how diverse narratives can actually take place and how they're changed all the time. I think that Moses spoke about the fact that there's all these things are against the law. And this is a critical part about the tangible heritage, how heritage evolves. I think that Ying also said about, well, how are we comparing? When we're comparing at a global level, it's very complex. So I would say that there is no such thing as planning in New York. It's essentially taught. It's, in other words, it's preventing the bad. Whereas we have a European tradition of doing good. The rights of doing good is some sort of Napoleonic idea, while the structure of not doing damage is the change about how people relate then to this public space. And I think that it's a very important part because it relates also to the differences of governance. In other words, what we have to do is not to say how people do it, but how different governance can manage different aspects of the heritage. I think this is something which needs to be actually taken on board. So it's the informality, the intangible, and I think that these are points which need to come together when we're talking about identities which are youth, family, and community. The other point which I just like to make is about nature and culture and strength, and what Eric has spoken about. And again, I think that we all were quite shocked, I would say, by Clemency's Green London about that what is taking place, and it is going to be a very important part about understanding exactly landscape. But green spaces are a cultural construct. They're not nature. So exactly how do we understand this cultural concept as part of the heritage is something which I think that also we're going to have to look at. It is sort of beyond, everything is beyond the city, which is really critical in linking culture and nature. So anyway, that's my take so far, and it's been really very enriching.
Super. Thanks very much indeed. Would anybody else like to contribute? I can't see any other hands raised on the Zoom panel. Maybe everybody's exhausted.
Well, we merely must thank Moses and Daniel and Lucia, who actually spent the night with us. Well done.
It's a different meaning to the conventional one about spending the night with somebody, but yes, point taken. Indeed. Well, if there aren't any more, I'd just like to offer a couple of sort of concluding thoughts before I hand back to Sol for any sort of closing comments. I think the presentations have covered vast areas of diversity on just about all the variables, but there are also, as has been pointed out by the commentators so far, a series of comparabilities. There's a spectrum of issues and situations on just about all variables, but perhaps one of the ones that, picking up what Mike has just said, we should bear in mind clearly tomorrow when we reconvene, is that of scale, and what difference scale and the crucially associated concepts of place and space make to all this. As has already been said, the metropolis is also an artifact at one level. It's a strategic authority in governance terms, but going back to what Antonella said, and I think Eric echoed in his intervention, the idea of bringing in society and nature, humans and nature, the built environment and nature, that then opens up the idea of bioregions, or as they are now being thought about in integrated planning, much more city regions in terms of functional, agroecological or biological regions as well, which in turn draws me to point out that exactly a year ago, during the German presidency of the EU, a landmark conference on urban regional partnerships was convened in Leipzig. And that was around the launch of something called the New Leipzig Charter, which replaced an earlier one from about 15 years ago, and is all about urban sustainability within that kind of concept of nested spaces and relational places, so that cities are not seen as islands of concrete, steel, bricks, plastic, galvanized sheeting or whatever, but actually as fundamental parts of these wider bioregional and functional spaces in terms of food systems, in terms of waste, in terms of resource flows, human flows, mobility, migration, commuting, and all those complex relationships. So all of those things need to feature in our understanding, both of how we perceive the past and the heritage of the past today, but critically, as we've heard in all the presentations also, how we mobilize, how we utilize and valorize different elements of both tangible and intangible heritage going forward in terms of building urban sustainability and resilience, both instrumentally in terms of those specific SDGs, New Urban Agenda, and the other various conventions and agreements, but fundamentally in terms of how we as people and from different heritages, different backgrounds, conflicting values that need to be accommodated, feel that we are placed, that we have a role, we fit in somehow to these sustainable and resilient urban regions going forward. So maybe with that, we can leave it until tomorrow. And I don't know who wants to do the sort of continuity, whether it's you, Mike, or Jay, but let me hand back to you as the organizers.
Well, I'll give it to Jay, but just to say, one thing is that we are expecting in the breakout rooms for everybody to be to take the conclusions, which the case studies, each one of you had some conclusions, to bring these conclusions to a much more focused proposal. So therefore we can have a takeaway which will bring us over to the next few years. I think we've got some really interesting potential proposals, and I think it's going to be a decade of action. So I just would like to focus that part of it, but I pass it through to Seol to final wrap up. Thank you.
Klaus Peters also just put his hand up. Do you want to come in very quickly?
Thank you for giving me the floor. Just 3 points, but only one minute. It's no conclusion. It's only I have 3 points which I did not say in my report. First one is about Disneylandification or theatricalization. I saw in Buenos Aires, and it was quoted now. I think it's very important because this is really danger. This second is said in some reports, it was told that the heritage is not, the current heritage is not representative, and it has to be different. The diversity is not in the heritage. So this is old-fashioned. And my third and last one is in the convention, there is no mention of the word metropolitan, only urban is addressed in all these documents, but in the interviews, the implementation of SDGs and especially of Target 11.4, the re-examination and adaptation to the SDGs are in some cases, London, for example, but also in Moscow, incorporated into metropolitan policies. Thank you very much. That I could
Indeed,
add.
and we will definitely pick those up, as well as the point Fabio's just made in the chat tomorrow again about the role of the natural environment and heritage. Thanks. So with that, back to Jay or whoever wants the concluding comments in Seoul.
Yes, can I close the meeting? Okay, so thank you very much for your hard work today. I'd like to thank you all very much for your insights and presentations, and your hard work made today's meeting very successful. So discussion will continue tomorrow. So I hope you have a great day for the rest of your day, wherever you are. Stay safe, and we'll see you tomorrow at 7 in UTC time tomorrow. Time's up, so we have to say goodbye. Thank you all for your hard work.
Thanks to everyone.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, everyone. It's time to wrap up. Yep. See you tomorrow morning.